There are stories that inspire courage. There are stories that reveal wisdom. And then there is the story of one man whose unwavering faith became the very definition of patience for billions of people across centuries. Kings have vanished into the dust of forgotten empires. Mighty armies have disappeared beneath the weight of history. Entire civilizations have crumbled into ruins buried beneath deserts and mountains. Yet the name of Ayyub, known in English as Job, continues to echo through the hearts of believers across the world. His story is not remembered because he conquered kingdoms or commanded great armies. It is remembered because he conquered despair itself. When everything that could be taken from a human being was stripped away, he held on to the only treasure no hardship could ever steal, absolute trust in Allah. His life became a timeless reminder that true greatness is measured not by wealth, health, or power, but by faith that refuses to break. Tonight, on Sleepless historian Salavora, we journey back thousands of years into one of the most emotional and extraordinary lives ever recorded in sacred history. Long before the rise of the Roman Empire, centuries before Alexander the Great marched across Asia, and long before the birth of many of history's greatest kingdoms, there lived a prophet whose name crossed the boundaries of nations and religions. Muslims know him as Prophet Ayyub. Jews know him as Job. Christians honor him through the Book of Job. Although the details preserved in Islamic tradition and the biblical narrative sometimes differ, all agree on one extraordinary truth: no ordinary man could endure what he endured while remaining devoted to God. The Quran mentions Prophet Ayyub only briefly compared to many other prophets. Yet those few verses contain oceans of meaning. Classical Muslim scholars explain that Allah intentionally summarized his story because the lesson was never about the number of events but about the quality of faith displayed through every trial. His patience became so legendary that even today, in many languages around the world, people compare extraordinary endurance to the patience of Job. In Arabic, the expression Sabr Ayyub became synonymous with limitless perseverance. Islamic historians generally trace Ayyub's lineage to the blessed family of Prophet Ibrahim. Many early scholars, including Ibn Kathir, reported traditions stating that Ayyub descended through Prophet Ishaq. Some narrations identify his father as Muse ibn Razi, while others preserve slightly different genealogies. His mother has also been linked by some early reports to the family of Prophet Lot. Because these genealogical traditions originate from early historical reports rather than explicit Quranic verses, Muslim scholars have approached them with appropriate caution. What remains undisputed is that Ayyub belonged to a noble prophetic lineage connected to the righteous descendants of Ibrahim. He lived in a region known in ancient sources as the land of Horan, an area that stretches across parts of present-day southern Syria and northern Jordan. Other traditions associate him with Edom, southeast of the Dead Sea. These locations fit the historical geography preserved by both Islamic historians and ancient Near Eastern traditions. During his lifetime, trade caravans crossed fertile valleys, shepherds guided vast flocks across rolling hills, and prosperous towns connected Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Levant through busy commercial routes. The world into which Ayyub was born was one of enormous contrasts. Great kingdoms competed for influence. Wealth often determined a person's honor. Tribal alliances shaped politics, while merchants carried not only goods but also stories, beliefs, and traditions across continents. Yet amid this complex world, Allah selected a man whose greatest distinction would never be political influence or military victory. His greatest distinction would emerge only after everything else had disappeared. From an early age, Ayyub displayed qualities that separated him from those around him. He possessed remarkable honesty, humility, generosity, and compassion. According to classical Islamic historians, he never allowed wealth to create arrogance. Instead, prosperity became another opportunity to worship Allah through gratitude and charity. As he matured, Allah blessed him with extraordinary abundance. His lands expanded across fertile plains. His orchards flourished under gentle rains. His fields produced abundant harvests year after year. Vast herds of sheep grazed peacefully across green pastures. Camels carried merchandise through important trade routes. Horses filled spacious stables. Servants worked throughout his estates, while travelers often spoke of his generosity wherever they journeyed. Unlike many wealthy landowners of the ancient world, Ayyub refused to exploit the poor. Early Islamic reports describe him feeding widows, supporting orphans, welcoming strangers into his home, forgiving debts whenever possible, and quietly helping families who struggled through famine or poverty. His generosity became so well known that people traveling from distant villages would often seek his assistance before approaching anyone else. His prosperity extended beyond material wealth. Allah blessed him with a large family. Various historical narrations mention numerous sons and daughters who filled his household with joy. Their laughter echoed through spacious courtyards shaded by trees. Family gatherings celebrated the blessings Allah had bestowed upon them. Servants admired the kindness of their master. Neighbors respected his integrity. Travelers praised his hospitality. Yet despite enjoying nearly everything people dream of possessing, Ayyub never allowed comfort to distract him from remembering his Creator. Every morning began with gratitude. Every evening ended with remembrance. His prayers were sincere. His charity was constant. His heart remained humble. The Quran repeatedly reminds believers that wealth itself is never proof of Allah's complete pleasure, nor is poverty proof of His anger. Both are tests. Prosperity examines gratitude just as hardship examines patience. During the years of blessing, Ayyub demonstrated perfect gratitude. He recognized every blessing as a trust rather than permanent ownership. Islamic scholars often emphasize that this stage of his life receives less attention because human beings naturally focus on dramatic suffering rather than peaceful obedience. Yet without understanding the depth of his gratitude during prosperity, one cannot fully appreciate the greatness of his patience during hardship. As years passed, Ayyub's reputation spread across neighboring regions. Merchants admired his honesty in business. Farmers respected his fairness toward workers. Tribal leaders valued his wisdom in settling disputes. Parents encouraged their children to imitate his character. People saw a man who seemed to possess everything: health, strength, honor, family, influence, prosperity, faith. To the outside observer, his life appeared almost perfect. But Allah alone knows the future hidden beyond every peaceful horizon. The Quran teaches that worldly life constantly changes. No season remains forever. Spring eventually gives way to summer. Summer yields to autumn. Autumn surrenders to winter before life begins again. Human existence follows the same rhythm. Ease and hardship alternate according to Allah's infinite wisdom. Some of the earliest Islamic narrations explain that Iblis, the sworn enemy of mankind, observed Ayyub's unwavering devotion. Satan's mission since the time of Adam had been simple yet devastating: convince humanity that faith survives only while life remains comfortable. If wealth disappears, people abandon gratitude. If sickness arrives, they abandon hope. If loved ones die, they abandon trust. If disasters multiply, they abandon worship. That has always been Satan's argument against humanity. The biblical book of Job presents this challenge through a dramatic dialogue in which Satan claims that Job serves God only because he has been protected and blessed. Islamic theology differs significantly on the details of this account. The Quran never portrays Allah entering into a wager or debate. Instead, Islamic scholars explain that every trial occurs solely by Allah's perfect knowledge and wisdom, while Satan merely whispers, tempts, and seeks permission only within limits established by Allah. Nothing happens independently of His decree. This distinction became an important point in classical tafsir. Allah is never uncertain about the sincerity of His servants. He already possesses complete knowledge of every heart. Therefore, Ayyub's trials were never intended to reveal something unknown to Allah. Rather, they served to reveal to humanity what complete faith truly looks like. Years passed peacefully. Then the first signs of change quietly appeared. A season arrived when the harvest proved smaller than expected. Merchants returned from distant markets reporting unexpected losses. Several animals within his enormous herds became sick. Most people dismissed these events as ordinary fluctuations that every wealthy family occasionally experienced. Ayyub himself remained grateful. "We belong to Allah," he would remind those around him. "Everything we possess comes from Him." His confidence did not depend upon numbers recorded in storage houses. His peace did not depend upon the size of his flocks. His security rested entirely in his Lord. Then came another difficult season. More livestock perished. Trade caravans encountered disasters. Unexpected accidents struck portions of his estates. The financial foundation built across decades began showing cracks. Friends who once admired his success quietly wondered whether hidden mistakes had invited misfortune. Some neighbors whispered among themselves. Others watched silently. Few realized they were witnessing the opening chapter of one of history's greatest tests. For Ayyub, however, every loss became another opportunity to praise Allah. When servants apologized for destroyed property, he comforted them rather than blaming them. When merchants delivered reports of failed investments, he reminded them that provision ultimately belongs to Allah. When crops suffered, he encouraged patience instead of despair. His household noticed something remarkable. The greater the losses became, the softer his heart appeared. Instead of becoming bitter, he became even more compassionate. Instead of growing angry, he increased his worship. Instead of questioning Allah's wisdom, he thanked Him for blessings that still remained. None of them knew that far greater trials were already approaching beyond the horizon, trials unlike anything the ancient world had ever witnessed, trials that would transform Ayyub's name into an eternal symbol of patience for all generations to come. The first losses had shaken the confidence of those around Ayyub, but they had not shaken Ayyub himself. Every evening he stood in prayer beneath the stars that stretched across the ancient skies of Horan. The same heavens that had watched over Ibrahim, Lot, Ishaq, and Yaqub now looked down upon another prophet whose faith was about to illuminate history. While others counted what had been lost, Ayyub counted only the blessings that still remained. His lips continued to praise Allah with the same sincerity that had filled his prosperous years. The people who lived near his estates found this difficult to understand. In their minds, prosperity and divine favor were inseparable. If someone possessed wealth, it meant that God was pleased with him. If someone became poor, many assumed hidden sins must have caused the downfall. This belief existed throughout much of the ancient Near East. It influenced many cultures, and traces of it appear in the book of Job as well, where Job's friends repeatedly insist that his suffering must be punishment for secret wrongdoing. Islam, however, presents a different understanding. The Quran repeatedly teaches that both abundance and deprivation are tests. Allah grants wealth to some and poverty to others, health to some and illness to others, not because one group is automatically superior, but because every soul is examined according to circumstances known perfectly only to Him. Ayyub understood this truth long before his greatest trial began. As the months passed, disaster struck again. Violent storms swept across parts of his farmland. Ancient irrigation channels collapsed beneath sudden floods. Grain stores that had taken years to fill were destroyed within days. Livestock disappeared across rough terrain or died from disease. Entire caravans failed to return from distant trade routes. Servants came running from different directions, each carrying another report of loss. "My master. The western pasture is gone. The southern flocks have perished. The grain stores have collapsed. The merchants have not returned. Each messenger expected to see despair on the face of his master. Instead they found calm. Ayyub would quietly lower his head. He would praise Allah. Then he would ask about the safety of the people before asking about the property. Were any lives lost? That question always came first. His concern was never gold. Never silver. Never animals. Never land. Human life mattered more than possessions. This alone revealed the depth of his character. Classical scholars often mention that genuine gratitude becomes visible only when blessings begin to disappear. Anyone can thank Allah while surrounded by comfort. But when comforts vanish one after another, gratitude reveals whether it came merely from the tongue or from the heart. Ayyub's gratitude came from his heart. Years of prosperity had trained his soul to depend upon Allah instead of possessions. That preparation would soon become essential. One evening, after another day filled with troubling news, Ayyub gathered his family. His children sat around him. Servants stood respectfully nearby. The atmosphere was quieter than usual. Many feared what tomorrow might bring. Ayyub looked upon every face with affection. "My beloved family," he said gently, "everything we have ever owned belonged to Allah before it came into our hands. We were never its true owners. We were only its caretakers. If the owner chooses to reclaim what is his, then who among us has the right to object?" His children listened silently. Some lowered their eyes. Others struggled to hold back tears. But his words planted seeds that many would remember for the rest of their lives. He continued. "When Allah gives, we thank Him. When Allah takes, we still thank Him. His wisdom never changes, even when our circumstances do." Such words are easy to admire. Living them is something else entirely. Meanwhile, whispers continued spreading through nearby communities. "Have you heard? Ayyub has lost another caravan. They say most of his livestock is gone. Perhaps Allah has abandoned him. Perhaps he committed some hidden crime." Rumors multiply quickly whenever success disappears. Those who once praised him began keeping their distance. Some business partners quietly withdrew. Others no longer sought his advice. Respect built over decades began fading within months. This pattern has repeated throughout history. Many people admire success. Far fewer remain loyal during hardship. Yet Ayyub neither defended his reputation nor argued with those spreading accusations. His concern remained fixed upon pleasing Allah rather than protecting public opinion. Among the people who never abandoned him was his righteous wife. Islamic historical reports preserve different names for her. The most commonly mentioned by classical scholars is Rama, a woman believed by many early historians to have descended from the family of Prophet Yusuf or Prophet Yaqub, though these reports are not established by the Quran itself. Regardless of the exact genealogy, Muslim scholars consistently describe her as one of the most loyal and faithful wives mentioned in sacred history. She watched every hardship unfold beside her husband. She witnessed wealth disappear. She observed friends become strangers. She saw servants leave in search of more secure employment. Yet she never complained. Instead, she encouraged her husband with words of faith. Their marriage became a partnership built not upon comfort but upon trust in Allah. As losses continued, the once busy estate gradually grew quieter. Large barns stood nearly empty. Stables that had echoed with the sounds of horses became silent. Storage houses that once overflowed with grain now held little. Workers who had depended upon the estate searched elsewhere for employment. Visitors became increasingly rare. Those who still came often arrived not to help but to satisfy curiosity. People have always been fascinated by the downfall of the successful. Some came pretending sympathy. Others came hoping to discover hidden scandals. Still others came believing they could explain Allah's wisdom without possessing any knowledge. The Quran repeatedly warns against speaking about Allah without knowledge. Yet throughout history people have continued making exactly that mistake. One afternoon several respected men visited Ayyub. After offering greetings, one finally spoke. "O Ayyub, surely these disasters cannot happen without a reason. Search your heart. Perhaps there is some forgotten sin." Ayyub listened patiently. He did not become angry. He did not insult them. He simply replied, "My Lord knows me better than I know myself. If I have fallen short, He is most merciful. But I will never accuse Him of injustice." Those simple words carried enormous theological weight. He neither claimed perfection nor accused Allah. Instead he combined humility with absolute trust. This balance became one of the defining characteristics of prophetic faith. The prophets never considered themselves beyond accountability. Nor did they ever doubt Allah's justice. As months turned into years, material poverty gradually replaced former abundance. Yet something remarkable happened. The poorer Ayyub became in worldly terms, the richer his soul appeared. Night prayers grew longer. Supplications became more frequent. Acts of remembrance filled every quiet moment. Those few who remained close to him noticed an extraordinary peace resting upon his face. It seemed impossible. How could someone who had lost nearly everything appear more content than wealthy rulers? The answer lay beyond material circumstances. His heart had become attached entirely to Allah. Everything else had become secondary. This is one of the greatest lessons emphasized by scholars of tazkiyah, the purification of the soul. When dependence shifts from creation to the Creator, external events lose much of their power to disturb inner peace. But the greatest test had not yet arrived. The losses of wealth had merely prepared the stage. Soon the trial would move from possessions to something infinitely more personal. His own body. One morning Ayyub awoke feeling weaker than usual. At first neither he nor those around him considered it significant. Travel, stress, and advancing age often brought temporary illness. He continued his worship. He continued advising others. He continued helping those in need whenever possible. Days later, however, the weakness remained. Then came pain. Then exhaustion. Then symptoms unlike anything he had experienced before. His strength slowly began leaving him. Tasks that had once required little effort became difficult. Walking long distances exhausted him. Simple daily activities demanded increasing energy. Rama watched with growing concern. She encouraged him to rest. He smiled gently. "My strength belongs to Allah." Neither of them yet realized that the illness had only begun. According to classical Islamic narrations, the disease gradually intensified over an extended period. Scholars differed regarding its exact nature, because neither the Quran nor authentic hadith specify the medical details. Some reports from early historical sources describe severe skin disease. Others mention widespread physical weakness accompanied by painful sores. Ibn Kathir carefully records these narrations while also reminding readers that many details originate from earlier historical traditions rather than explicit revelation. What remains absolutely certain in Islam is this. Whatever illness struck Ayyub, it was immensely painful. It lasted for many years. It isolated him from society. It never affected his heart, his faith, his intellect, or his status as Allah's prophet. Unlike certain later legendary tales, many Muslim scholars rejected exaggerated stories claiming that worms consumed his flesh or that his body reached grotesque conditions. Authorities such as Ibn al-Jawzi criticized many of these reports as unreliable, emphasizing that Allah protects the dignity of his prophets from degrading fabrications. The authentic Islamic picture is powerful enough without embellishment. A prophet. Afflicted with prolonged, severe illness. Abandoned by society. Reduced to extreme poverty. Yet never abandoning his Lord. As the disease slowly progressed, people who had once admired him became increasingly uncomfortable in his presence. Some stopped visiting altogether. Others crossed to the opposite side of the road. Children whispered. Adults stared from a distance. Fear often overcomes compassion when people fail to understand suffering. Soon Ayyub's greatest battle would no longer be against physical pain. It would be against loneliness itself. And that loneliness would reveal a level of faith that the world would remember until the end of time. The years passed slowly, almost as though time itself had chosen to linger over the suffering of Allah's noble prophet. Each sunrise brought another day of physical pain. Each sunset marked another night spent in worship despite exhaustion that would have broken the spirit of most people. Yet Ayyub never measured his life by the amount of suffering he endured. He measured it by every opportunity he still had to remember his Lord. The illness gradually spread through his body. His movements became slower. His muscles weakened. The man who had once walked effortlessly across vast estates now relied upon careful, deliberate steps. The prophet who had once supervised hundreds of workers now struggled to perform even the simplest physical tasks. But one thing never weakened. His voice. Whenever he recited the remembrance of Allah, it carried the same sincerity that had filled his prosperous years. His tongue never grew tired of praising the one who had created him. The Quran would later preserve this reality forever by describing Ayyub not first through his suffering, but through his character. Allah says, "Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he was one who constantly turned back to Allah." Quran 38:44. This remarkable verse became the greatest honor ever given to Ayyub. Allah himself testified to the excellence of his servant. No human praise could ever equal such a declaration. Classical commentators like Ibn Kathir and Al-Qurtubi explain that the verse emphasizes two qualities above all others: sabr, unwavering patience, and inaba, constant return to Allah. These were not temporary reactions during hardship. They had become the foundation of Ayyub's entire life. As his illness continued, the remaining servants slowly departed. Some left because they feared the disease. Others believed serving a poor and sick master offered no future. A few stayed as long as they could before necessity forced them elsewhere. Eventually, the magnificent household that had once bustled with activity became nearly silent. Only one person refused to leave. His wife. Rama remained beside him every single day. Morning after morning she prepared whatever food she could obtain. She cleaned his clothing. She cared for him during long nights of pain. She comforted him whenever weakness overwhelmed his body. She became his companion, his caregiver, and his strongest supporter. Islamic scholars have often pointed to Rama as one of the greatest examples of marital loyalty in history. She did not remain because her husband possessed wealth. There was no wealth. She did not remain because he held influence. His influence had disappeared. She remained because her love was rooted in faith rather than comfort. To provide food, she eventually began working for other families. Some narrations describe her carrying water. Others mention grinding grain. Some report that she performed household labor in exchange for small amounts of bread. Every coin she earned came through honest work. Every meal she brought home represented another sacrifice for the man she refused to abandon. Many evenings she returned exhausted. Her hands were rough. Her clothing worn. Yet whenever Ayyub thanked her, she answered with a smile. "We are still blessed." Those simple words reflected the same faith that united husband and wife throughout the years of hardship. People passing nearby often wondered why she remained. Some mocked her. Others pitied her. A few even advised her to leave. Your husband has suffered long enough. There is no hope. Save yourself. Rama listened. Then she quietly returned home. Hope built upon Allah does not disappear simply because other people cannot see it. One afternoon a group of respected men came to visit Ayyub. They had heard about the worsening illness and believed they understood its cause. After greeting him, one spoke with confidence. "O Ayyub, Allah does not punish his servants without reason. Search your past. Surely there must be some great sin." Another nodded. "No righteous man suffers like this." A third added. "Confess whatever you have hidden, and perhaps your suffering will end." Their words echoed the arguments found in the biblical book of Job, where Job's companions repeatedly insist that suffering proves guilt. Islam rejects this assumption. The Quran teaches exactly the opposite through the lives of many prophets. Noah endured ridicule. Ibrahim was thrown into fire. Yaqub wept until his eyesight faded. Yusuf was betrayed by his brothers and imprisoned despite his innocence. Musa faced Pharaoh. Isa encountered rejection. Muhammad endured persecution unlike any before him. Suffering has never been proof of Allah's anger. Often, it has been the path through which his most beloved servants reached the highest ranks. Ayyub listened patiently to his visitors. He allowed them to finish. Then he answered with remarkable humility. "I know only that Allah is the most just. If he chooses ease, I praise him. If he chooses hardship, I praise him still." He offered no lengthy defense. He made no accusations. He did not argue. His peace came from certainty, not from winning debates. The visitors eventually departed. Some remained unconvinced. Others quietly wondered whether there was something extraordinary about the faith they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Satan continued whispering. Islam teaches that Iblis cannot force anyone into disbelief. His greatest weapon is suggestion. He plants seeds of despair. He magnifies fear. He encourages hopelessness. He invites people to interpret hardship as abandonment. Every day he whispered to Ayyub. "Look around. Your wealth is gone. Your children are gone. Your health is failing. Your friends have abandoned you. Where is your reward?" But every whisper encountered the same immovable barrier. Faith. Ayyub's heart had become a fortress built upon certainty in Allah. The whispers entered his ears. They never entered his soul. The Quran alludes to Satan's involvement when Ayyub later says, "Indeed, Satan has touched me with hardship and suffering." Quran 38:41. Classical tafsir explains that this does not mean Satan independently caused events outside Allah's permission. Rather, Satan intensified emotional hardship through relentless whispering while Allah, in his perfect wisdom, allowed the trial to unfold according to his divine decree. As the years continued, another tragedy unfolded. Islamic historical sources relate that Ayyub eventually lost his children during the period of his trials. The Quran does not describe how this occurred, but many early narrations mention that a catastrophic event claimed their lives. The silence that followed was unlike anything Rama had ever known. Rooms once filled with laughter stood empty. The voices of sons and daughters disappeared. Memories lingered in every corner of the home. Parents naturally grieve. Even prophets grieve. The Quran itself shows Yaqub weeping for Yusuf until his eyesight weakened. Grief is not a lack of faith. It is proof of love. Ayyub mourned. Rama mourned. Their tears flowed. But neither allowed sorrow to become rebellion against Allah. Instead, they reminded one another that every soul belongs to its Creator. Every life has an appointed time. Every reunion delayed in this world awaits the believers in the next. Years earlier, neighbors had envied Ayyub's large family. Now many looked upon the lonely couple with pity. Few understood that Allah was writing a story whose influence would continue for thousands of years. The prophet who appeared forgotten by the world had never been forgotten by heaven. Throughout these years, one remarkable feature of Ayyub's worship remained unchanged. He never demanded an explanation. Modern minds often ask, "Why me?" Ayyub asked something different. "How can I continue serving Allah?" This distinction reveals the depth of prophetic faith. He understood that human knowledge remains limited. Allah sees the entire tapestry of history. Human beings see only a single thread. One evening, after returning from another exhausting day of work, Rama found very little food available. She quietly divided what remained. Most of it she placed before her husband. Ayyub looked at the small portion. "And yours?" She smiled gently. "I have already eaten." But she had not. Like many loving spouses throughout history, she quietly endured hunger so that her husband might have strength. Ayyub recognized what she had done. He thanked Allah for blessing him with such a righteous companion. Scholars throughout Islamic history have praised Rama's devotion, considering her an enduring example of faith, loyalty, sacrifice, and sincere love rooted in worship of Allah. Outside their humble dwelling, the world continued moving. Empires rose. Kings issued decrees. Merchants traveled. Children grew into adults. Generations changed. But inside that small home, an unseen chapter of sacred history was unfolding. Every prayer. Every tear. Every whisper of remembrance. Every act of patience. Every moment of trust. They were all being witnessed by Allah. And the moment was drawing near when the Lord of the worlds would answer his beloved servant with a mercy so extraordinary that generations to come would remember it every time they spoke the name of Prophet Ayyub. Years had become decades in the memory of those who still remembered the prosperous landowner named Ayyub. Children who had once played outside his estate had grown into adults. Some had become parents themselves. Many scarcely remembered the wealthy prophet whose generosity had once fed entire villages during difficult seasons. To them, Ayyub was no longer the respected leader of old. He was simply the elderly, sick man living on the edge of society. But Allah never measures his servants by the standards of people. Human beings see appearances. Allah sees hearts. This truth echoes throughout the Quran. Time and again, Allah elevates those whom society overlooks and humbles those who boast of their worldly status. Ayyub's story became one of the greatest demonstrations of this divine principle. Every morning, despite his physical weakness, Ayyub began with praise. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Those words carried a depth that few people could truly comprehend. Anyone can praise Allah after receiving blessings. Ayyub praised Allah after years of illness. Anyone can express gratitude while surrounded by family. Ayyub praised Allah after burying those he loved. Anyone can worship with enthusiasm while enjoying health. Ayyub worshipped through constant pain. His gratitude no longer depended upon circumstances. It had become part of who he was. The Quran later describes him with one remarkable phrase. Indeed, we found him patient. Allah did not merely say that Ayyub practiced patience. Allah testified that patience had become the defining quality of his servant. Classical scholars often explain that patience in Islam is not passive resignation. It is active faith. It means continuing to obey Allah during hardship. Continuing to avoid sin despite temptation. Continuing to trust His wisdom even when His plan remains hidden. Ayyub embodied every one of these meanings. As the years continued, even basic necessities became difficult to obtain. Rama traveled from house to house searching for honest work. Some families welcomed her kindly. Others treated her harshly. A few looked upon her with suspicion. Ancient societies often misunderstood prolonged illness. Many believed disease itself reflected divine rejection. Such beliefs caused people to distance themselves from those who suffered, fearing not only physical sickness but also imagined spiritual disgrace. Islam rejected these ideas centuries later. The Prophet Muhammad would teach his companions to visit the sick, comfort them, pray for them, and remember that illness itself can erase sins and elevate believers in rank. Ayyub lived centuries before Muhammad, yet his own life became one of the greatest examples of these teachings. One afternoon Rama returned carrying only a small loaf of bread. She divided it into 2 portions. Again she placed the larger piece before her husband. Again she quietly accepted less for herself. As they ate, Ayyub smiled. Allah has never abandoned us. Rama looked around their humble shelter. There were few possessions left. Their clothing had become worn. Their furniture had nearly disappeared. Materially, they possessed almost nothing. Yet she answered without hesitation. No. He has always been with us. Faith often grows strongest where worldly comfort disappears. This reality appears repeatedly throughout prophetic history. When Ibrahim stood before the fire. When Musa reached the sea. When Yunus found himself inside the darkness of the whale. When Muhammad hid inside the cave of Thor. Allah's help arrived precisely when worldly hope appeared smallest. Ayyub still did not know when relief would come. He only knew that Allah never breaks his promises. One day, after returning from work, Rama appeared unusually distressed. For the first time in many years, tears filled her eyes before she entered. Ayyub immediately noticed. What troubles you? She hesitated. Then she spoke. The people. She paused. They mock us. She lowered her head. They ask why Allah has not healed you. Her voice trembled. They say if you were truly beloved by your Lord, this suffering would have ended long ago. Silence filled the room. Not because Ayyub lacked an answer. But because he pitied those who measured Allah's love by worldly comfort. After a few moments he gently replied. Rama, if Allah has granted us years of blessings, should we not accept years of trial? This statement became one of the most famous narrations preserved in classical Islamic literature. Although different versions appear among early historians, the meaning remained consistent. Ayyub reminded his wife that they had lived many decades surrounded by health and prosperity. Could they not remain patient through years of hardship? His perspective transformed suffering itself. Instead of focusing upon what had been taken, he remembered everything that had first been given. Gratitude shaped his understanding of hardship. This is one of the deepest lessons emphasized by scholars of tafsir. Human beings often compare present pain to past comfort. The believer compares present hardship to Allah's countless previous blessings. The difference changes everything. Meanwhile, Satan continued searching for weakness. He had failed to corrupt Ayyub through wealth. He had failed through poverty. He had failed through illness. He had failed through loneliness. Now he turned toward the person closest to the Prophet. His wife. Some early Islamic narrations describe how Satan attempted to plant despair in Rama's heart. Day after day she watched her husband suffer. Year after year no cure appeared. Eventually, during one particularly difficult period, exhaustion overcame her. She approached Ayyub. My husband. Her voice broke. Will you not ask Allah to heal you? It was not rebellion. It was love. She could no longer bear seeing him suffer. For a long moment Ayyub remained silent. Then he answered with extraordinary gentleness. Allah blessed me with health for many years. He paused. These years of illness are fewer than the years of ease he granted me. His words carried no bitterness. Only gratitude. He had never forgotten the decades of blessing that preceded the years of suffering. Many people remember hardship more vividly than mercy. Ayyub remembered mercy more vividly than hardship. His heart had become trained to recognize Allah's kindness even while enduring pain. According to several historical reports, Rama eventually found herself unable to earn enough money for food. Desperation drove her to make an extraordinary sacrifice. Some narrations state that she sold her long beautiful hair in exchange for bread. Whether every detail of these reports is historically certain has been debated among scholars, since they originate primarily from early historical traditions rather than authentic hadith. But the central picture remains clear. She sacrificed everything she could to care for her husband. When she returned home carrying food, Ayyub noticed something different. Her hair. It had been cut. He asked what had happened. Reluctantly she explained. She had exchanged it simply to provide a meal. Deeply saddened, Ayyub realized how much his beloved wife had endured because of his illness. Some narrations report that he made an oath connected to this event, an oath that would later become significant after Allah restored his health. The Quran itself briefly alludes to this later resolution without dwelling upon unnecessary details. Even during these painful moments, neither husband nor wife abandoned faith. Neither accused Allah. Neither surrendered to hopelessness. They simply continued walking the difficult path one day at a time. Outside their humble home, another generation was growing. Many children knew Ayyub only as a legend. Parents occasionally pointed toward the old prophet and whispered lessons about patience. Some understood. Others did not. Only Allah knew that history itself was preparing for one of the most beautiful endings ever granted to any prophet. The day was approaching when the heavens would answer a prayer that had waited years. Not because Allah had forgotten, but because His timing is always perfect. Soon, after years of silent endurance, Ayyub would utter one of the shortest supplications recorded in the Quran. A prayer so humble, so respectful, so filled with trust, that Muslims around the world would continue reciting it until the end of time. There comes a moment in every great story when silence speaks louder than words. For Ayyub, that silence had lasted not for days, nor months, but for years. His body had weakened. His wealth had disappeared. His home had emptied. Friends had become strangers. Those who once admired him now pitied him, avoided him, or judged him. Yet through every season of suffering, one thing never changed. He never complained about Allah. He complained only to Allah. This distinction is one of the greatest spiritual lessons preserved in the Quran. Islam teaches that expressing pain before Allah is not a weakness of faith. Rather, it is an act of worship. A believer pours out every fear, every sorrow, and every hardship before the one who controls all affairs. The mistake is not crying to Allah. The mistake is losing hope in Him. Ayyub understood this better than anyone. Throughout his long trial, he had continued praying without demanding immediate relief. Every prostration carried complete submission. Every remembrance reaffirmed his certainty that Allah knew exactly what his servant was experiencing. One quiet morning, after another restless night of pain, Ayyub looked across the empty landscape surrounding his humble shelter. The fields that had once belonged to him were now worked by others. The roads that had once carried merchants to his estate had grown silent. The orchards where children once laughed existed only in memory. The world had changed. But Allah had not. His mercy remained infinite. His wisdom remained perfect. His promise remained true. As the sun slowly climbed into the sky, Ayyub raised his hands. There was no anger. No accusation. No demand. Only humility. Then he made one of the most beautiful supplications ever recorded. Allah tells us in Surah Al-Anbiya. And remember Ayyub, when he called to his Lord, indeed, adversity has touched me, and you are the most merciful of those who show mercy. Quran 21 hours 83 minutes. Notice what he did not say. He did not ask, why me? He did not say, I deserve better. He did not compare himself with others. He did not complain about the length of his suffering. Instead, he simply acknowledged his condition. Indeed, adversity has touched me. Then he praised the one to whom he prayed. And you are the most merciful of those who show mercy. This is the etiquette of prophetic supplication. He mentioned his weakness. Then he mentioned Allah's mercy. He trusted that the most merciful already knew what to do. Classical scholars such as Ibn Kathir and Al-Qurtubi explain that Ayyub's prayer reflects perfect adab, beautiful manners before Allah. Rather than directly asking for healing, he entrusted the matter completely to his Lord. The Quran preserves another supplication from Ayyub in Surah Sad. Indeed, Satan has touched me with hardship and suffering. Quran 38:41. Again, he did not blame Allah. He described the hardship. He sought refuge in divine mercy. He maintained complete trust. For years, his patience had been witnessed by the angels. For years, Satan had failed to break him. Now the moment decreed before the creation of the heavens and the earth had arrived. Allah answered. Not gradually. Not partially. Completely. The divine command came with astonishing simplicity. Allah said, strike the ground with your foot. This is cool water for washing and drinking. Quran 38:42. Imagine that moment. The elderly prophet. Weak after years of illness. Standing upon dry earth. No physician. No medicine. No palace. No army. Only Allah's command. With whatever strength remained, Ayyub struck the ground. Immediately, by the permission of Allah, water burst forth from the earth. Fresh. Pure. Cool. Crystal clear. It was unlike ordinary water. This was a mercy sent directly from the Lord of the worlds. Allah instructed him to wash with it. He obeyed. Then Allah instructed him to drink from it. Again he obeyed. The miracle unfolded before his eyes. The pain that had remained for years began disappearing. His strength returned. His body recovered. Every trace of illness vanished. Not because of the water itself, but because Allah had made it the means through which healing would occur. Islam teaches that all cures ultimately come from Allah. Medicine works only because He allows it to work. Water heals only because He commands healing through it. The creator of every cause remains above every cause. Ayyub stood. For the first time in years. Without pain. He stretched his arms. His strength had returned. His skin was healthy. His body renewed. It was as though the long years of suffering had never existed. Yet they had existed. And because they had existed, his patience had become eternal. Meanwhile, Rama had gone searching for food as she had done countless times before. She expected to return to the same humble shelter. She expected to find the same weak husband waiting patiently. Instead, she saw a healthy man standing nearby. At first she did not recognize him. She looked around. Then she approached cautiously. May Allah bless you, she said. Have you seen the sick man who lived here? The man smiled. I am Ayyub. According to many classical narrations, she was overcome with astonishment. Years of sorrow suddenly transformed into overwhelming joy. The husband she had served with unwavering devotion now stood before her completely restored. There are few moments in sacred history more emotionally powerful than this reunion. No wealth, no kingdom, no earthly victory could equal the happiness of witnessing Allah's mercy after such prolonged patience. The Quran then reveals another extraordinary blessing. Allah says, "And we restored his family to him, and doubled them as a mercy from us and as a reminder for those of understanding." Quran 38:43. Scholars have discussed the meaning of this verse in detail. Some held that Allah literally returned his deceased children to life before granting him additional children. Others explained that Allah blessed him with a new generation equal to and greater than what he had lost. Ibn Kathir presents both views, while emphasizing that the essential message remains unchanged. Allah restored what had been taken. Then he increased it. His mercy exceeded every expectation. This pattern appears throughout the Quran. Allah often replaces what is lost with something better for those who remain steadfast. Not always in this world. Sometimes in the next. But his promise never fails. Soon news spread throughout the surrounding regions. Ayyub has been healed. The prophet has recovered. It is a miracle. People who had avoided him now hurried to see him. Some arrived out of curiosity. Others came seeking forgiveness. Many stood speechless. The man they had considered abandoned by Allah had in fact been among Allah's most beloved servants all along. Their assumptions collapsed. Their judgments were exposed. They learned a lesson humanity continues struggling to learn today. Never judge someone standing with Allah by their worldly circumstances. Health can disappear overnight. Wealth can vanish in a single season. Power can crumble within days. But sincere faith remains valuable forever. As Ayyub looked across the land once more, he did not celebrate revenge. He did not criticize those who had abandoned him. He did not remind others of their mistakes. Instead, he praised Allah. Exactly as he had done during prosperity. Exactly as he had done during illness. Exactly as he would continue doing until the end of his life. His circumstances had changed. His worship had not. And that is precisely why Allah declared him. Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he was one who constantly turned back to Allah. The greatest chapter of Ayyub's life had reached its turning point. But his mission was not yet complete. The restored prophet still had wisdom to share, a family to rebuild, and generations to inspire. His story was about to become a living testimony that Allah's mercy can arrive after years of silence, and that no believer should ever mistake a delayed answer for a forgotten prayer. The miracle of Ayyub's recovery spread across the surrounding lands faster than any merchant caravan. Villages that had once whispered about his supposed downfall now spoke of nothing else. Travelers carried the astonishing news from marketplace to marketplace. Shepherds repeated it around evening fires. Merchants shared it along the ancient trade routes that stretched from the Levant toward Mesopotamia and Egypt. The prophet has been healed. His strength has returned. Allah has restored him. Many who had doubted him could scarcely believe what they heard. Others hurried to see the miracle with their own eyes. The man they found standing before them looked nothing like the broken figure they remembered. His face shone with renewed health. His body was strong once again. His voice carried confidence and peace. Yet something far greater had changed than his physical appearance. His heart had become even closer to Allah. Years of hardship had purified every attachment except one. His attachment to his Lord. This is one of the greatest spiritual principles found throughout the Quran. Allah sometimes removes temporary blessings so that His servants may discover the Eternal One more completely. The blessing itself is not the destination. The giver of blessings is. Ayyub never forgot this lesson. When people congratulated him on regaining his health, he did not speak about his own patience. He spoke about Allah's mercy. When visitors praised his endurance, he redirected their admiration toward the Lord who had sustained him. He understood something that many people overlook. Patience itself is a gift from Allah. Without Allah's help, no human being possesses enough strength to endure such trials. Soon after his recovery, another matter required attention. During the years of illness, Ayyub had once made an oath concerning his beloved wife, Rama. Classical Islamic historians preserve different explanations for this oath. The most common narration states that during one particularly difficult period, after years of relentless suffering, she had momentarily spoken words that reflected exhaustion and despair. Although she never abandoned faith, Ayyub, overcome by emotion, vowed that if Allah restored his health he would strike her 100 times. As soon as he recovered, however, he deeply regretted the thought of carrying out such a punishment. How could he harm the woman who had remained beside him when everyone else had left? The woman who had sacrificed her comfort, her beauty, her strength, her youth, simply to care for him. Allah, whose mercy encompasses all things, revealed a solution that perfectly balanced justice with compassion. The Quran states, "Take in your hand a bundle of grass and strike with it, and do not break your oath." Quran 38:44. The instruction was beautifully merciful. Instead of striking Rama 100 separate times, Ayyub gathered 100 thin blades of grass into a single bundle and touched her gently with it, thereby fulfilling the wording of his oath without causing her any harm. Classical scholars have long reflected upon this verse. It demonstrates that Allah does not delight in unnecessary hardship. Where lawful mercy exists, Allah loves mercy. The incident also illustrates the extraordinary status of Rama. Far from deserving punishment, she had become one of the greatest examples of loyalty ever known. Allah himself provided a merciful resolution that honored both Ayyub's oath and Rama's lifelong devotion. For Muslims, this passage became an enduring lesson in combining faithfulness with compassion. As Ayyub resumed normal life, Allah's promise continued unfolding. His family grew once again. Children filled his home. Laughter returned to rooms that had long known only silence. Neighbors who had once pitied the lonely couple now witnessed a household overflowing with blessings. Some classical commentators understood Allah's words to mean that Ayyub's original children were restored to him in miraculous fashion before additional descendants were granted. Others interpreted the verse to mean that Allah blessed him with a new generation equal to and greater than the one he had lost. Because the Quran does not specify the exact mechanism, Muslim scholars respected both interpretations while agreeing on the essential truth. Allah restored what had been taken. Then he multiplied it. His wealth also returned. Fields once barren flourished again. Animals multiplied. Provision arrived from directions no human being could have anticipated. One narration reported by early scholars describes 2 clouds sent by Allah. One showered gold upon his wheat fields. Another poured silver among his livestock. Although such reports are found in historical narrations and discussed by scholars like Ibn Kathir, the central lesson remains the same regardless of the exact details. Allah's provision knows no limits. The one who allowed years of poverty also possesses unlimited power to replace every loss in a single moment. Yet something remarkable distinguished Ayyub after his restoration. He no longer viewed wealth the way most people do. Before his trial, he had been grateful for his blessings. After his trial, he understood them even more deeply. Every loaf of bread reminded him of hunger. Every healthy step reminded him of years of pain. Every child's laughter reminded him of profound loss. Every comfortable night's sleep reminded him of countless sleepless nights spent remembering Allah. The blessings had become sweeter because he now understood their value more completely. This truth extends beyond Ayyub's own life. Many people recognize the worth of health only after illness. They appreciate family only after separation. They value peace only after conflict. Ayyub appreciated every blessing because he had experienced life without them. His gratitude reached a depth few people ever attain. People began coming from distant lands seeking his advice. Some wanted to understand patience. Others asked about suffering. Many wondered how they themselves should respond when tested. Ayyub's answers were never complicated. He reminded them that this world is temporary. He reminded them that every blessing belongs to Allah. He reminded them that every hardship has an appointed end. Above all, he reminded them that no trial lasts forever. Sometimes relief comes in this life. Sometimes it comes in the next. But Allah never abandons those who sincerely rely upon Him. As a prophet, Ayyub continued calling people toward the worship of Allah alone. His own life had become the greatest sermon he could possibly deliver. He did not merely speak about patience. He had lived it. He did not merely preach trust. He had demonstrated it. He did not merely describe Allah's mercy. He had personally experienced it. This gave his words extraordinary weight. Even those who had once doubted him now listened with humility. The Quran later mentions Ayyub among a distinguished group of prophets. In Surah Al-An'am, Allah lists many of his chosen messengers, including Ibrahim, Ishaq, Yaqub, Nuh, Dawood, Sulaiman, Yusuf, Musa, Harun, Zachariah, Yahya, Isa, Ilyas, Ismail, Al-Yasa, Yunus, Lut. And among them, Ayyub. His name stands forever alongside the greatest prophets in sacred history. Not because he ruled a mighty empire. Not because he defeated powerful enemies. But because he remained faithful when faith demanded everything. As the years passed peacefully once again, Ayyub often reflected upon the long journey Allah had written for him. If given the choice, would he erase those years of suffering? Classical scholars suggest that the answer would almost certainly have been no. Those years had brought him nearer to Allah than comfort alone ever could. The pain had ended. But the closeness to Allah remained. That closeness became the greatest reward of all. Far beyond wealth. Far beyond health. Far beyond worldly success. It was the treasure that no illness, no poverty, and no enemy could ever take away. Yet one final chapter remained in the earthly life of this remarkable prophet. A chapter that would quietly conclude his mission while ensuring that his legacy would endure until the last day. The years following Ayyub's recovery became years of peace unlike any he had experienced before. The pain that had once accompanied every movement had disappeared completely. The weakness that had confined him for so long was replaced by renewed strength. Yet those who observed him closely noticed something extraordinary. His character had not changed. Success had never made him arrogant. Suffering had never made him bitter. Recovery did not make him forgetful. Whether surrounded by abundance or tested by deprivation, he remained the same devoted servant of Allah. This consistency became one of the defining qualities of prophetic character. Ordinary people often allow changing circumstances to reshape their personalities. Prosperity may produce pride. Hardship may produce resentment. Fear may produce dishonesty. Comfort may weaken discipline. The prophets, however, remained firmly anchored to their Lord regardless of changing circumstances. Ayyub had become living proof of this truth. Visitors continued arriving from distant settlements. Some traveled for days simply to hear him speak. Others sought his prayers, hoping that the man whose supplication had been answered so beautifully would ask Allah on their behalf. Whenever people praised him, Ayyub gently redirected their attention. "Do not praise me beyond what is right," he would say. "Praise Allah, whose mercy rescued me." His humility impressed everyone who met him. Many expected someone who had endured such extraordinary trials to speak constantly about his own endurance. Instead, Ayyub spoke constantly about Allah's mercy. This is one of the remarkable differences between sincere faith and hidden pride. Hidden pride says, "Look what I survived." Sincere faith says, "Look how Allah carried me." The distinction is subtle. Yet it transforms the entire heart. As his family grew once more, Ayyub devoted himself to raising his children upon the worship of Allah alone. He taught them that wealth should never become the purpose of life. "You may own possessions," he would tell them, "but never allow possessions to own your heart." These lessons came from experience rather than theory. He had once possessed immense wealth. He had once possessed almost nothing. He knew firsthand that true richness belongs to the soul. The Prophet Muhammad would later express this timeless principle in an authentic hadith. Richness is not having many possessions. Rather, true richness is the richness of the soul. Ayyub had lived this reality centuries before those words were spoken. When travelers asked him how he had maintained hope during so many years of suffering, he did not offer complicated philosophical answers. He simply reminded them of Allah's names. If you know Ar-Rahman, the most merciful. If you know Al-Hakim, the most wise. If you know Al-Alam, the all-knowing. Then you know your hardships are never meaningless. Every trial, he explained, carries wisdom whether human beings immediately recognize it or not. Sometimes hardship cleanses sins. Sometimes it raises ranks. Sometimes it protects a believer from something far worse. Sometimes its wisdom remains hidden until the day of judgment. Faith means trusting Allah even before understanding His wisdom. One evening, while sitting beneath the open sky, Ayyub watched his grandchildren playing nearby. Their laughter echoed across the fields. The setting sun painted the horizon with shades of gold and crimson. For a long moment he remained silent. Then he quietly whispered, "Alhamdulillah." A young member of his family noticed. "Grandfather," the child asked, "why do you thank Allah so often?" Ayyub smiled. "Because there was a time when I feared I would never again witness such a beautiful evening." The child looked around. The fields. The trees. The family gathered together. Everything seemed ordinary. But Ayyub understood something that youth often cannot. Ordinary days are extraordinary blessings. Health. Peace. A shared meal. A quiet sunset. The laughter of children. These gifts often go unnoticed until they disappear. His years of hardship had permanently changed the way he viewed every blessing. Classical scholars frequently point to Ayyub as one of the greatest examples of shukr, gratitude. They explain that gratitude is not merely saying, Alhamdulillah. It is recognizing blessings. Using them correctly. Remembering the one who granted them. Ayyub's gratitude now flowed more deeply than ever before. He knew what it meant to lose. Therefore he knew what it meant to receive. As his reputation spread once again, rulers and tribal leaders occasionally sought his counsel. Unlike many influential figures, Ayyub never became attached to political power. He advised justice. He encouraged mercy. He reminded leaders that authority itself is a trust from Allah. The strongest ruler, he would tell them, is still only a servant before the King of Kings. These words carried unusual authority because they came from a man who had already lost everything the world considers valuable. Such a person cannot easily be tempted by status. The Quran repeatedly teaches that prophets called humanity toward Tawhid, the worship of Allah alone. Although the Quran does not preserve lengthy sermons from Ayyub as it does from prophets like Nuh, Hud, Salih, Musa, or Shu'aib, Islamic scholars agree that his prophetic mission centered upon exactly the same message. Worship Allah alone. Trust Him. Obey Him. Remain patient through every test. This unified message forms the foundation of every prophetic mission from Adam to Muhammad. Meanwhile, the story of Ayyub began spreading far beyond his own community. Generations passed it from parent to child. Travelers carried it across deserts. Scholars preserved it in written records. Among the children of Israel, his account eventually became known as the Book of Job, one of the wisdom books within the Hebrew Bible. The Islamic tradition and the biblical narrative share many important themes. Both honor Job as a righteous servant. Both describe his immense suffering. Both emphasize patience and trust in God. Both conclude with divine restoration. However, important differences also exist. In the Quran, Ayyub never questions Allah's justice. His supplications remain filled with humility and praise. The Quran presents him as a prophet whose unwavering faith never falters. The biblical book of Job contains long poetic dialogues in which Job expresses profound anguish and questions the meaning of his suffering. While these passages have inspired generations of readers, Muslim scholars maintain that prophets are protected from speaking in ways that contradict perfect trust in Allah's justice. Because of this, Islamic scholarship regards the Quranic account as the final and most reliable revelation regarding Ayyub's life. At the same time, Muslim historians have often studied earlier traditions carefully, accepting details that agree with the Quran and authentic Sunnah while setting aside those that contradict Islamic teachings or cannot be verified. This balanced approach became a principle in classical tafsir. Neither blind acceptance nor automatic rejection. Instead, every narration is measured against revelation. As Ayyub grew older, his body naturally aged once more, but this time it was the peaceful aging of a healthy servant who had fulfilled his mission. The extraordinary illness had ended forever. Only the normal passage of time remained. He spent increasing hours in worship. Long nights in remembrance. Quiet reflection upon Allah's countless favors. He often remembered the years of hardship, not with sadness, but with gratitude. Without them, the world might never have learned the true meaning of patience. Without them, millions of believers throughout history would have lacked one of their greatest examples of unwavering faith. Without them, countless suffering hearts would have wondered whether anyone had ever endured greater pain while remaining devoted to Allah. Ayyub's life answered all those questions. His story had become timeless. Not because suffering itself is extraordinary, but because faith like his is exceedingly rare. The final days of this noble prophet were approaching. He had completed the mission entrusted to him. He had shown humanity that neither prosperity nor hardship defines a believer. Only faith does. And soon, like every prophet before him, Ayyub would return to the Lord whom he had loved through every season of life. Every soul that walks upon the earth has an appointed meeting with death. Kings cannot delay it. Warriors cannot defeat it. Physicians cannot cure it. The poorest shepherd and the mightiest emperor eventually stand before the same Creator. This universal truth united every prophet from Adam to Muhammad, and Prophet Ayyub was no exception. After Allah restored his health, family, and provision, Ayyub lived for many more years according to numerous reports preserved by early Muslim historians. During those years, he continued fulfilling his prophetic mission with the same humility that had defined his life before his trials. He never considered his miraculous healing a reason for pride. Instead, it became another reason for gratitude. Each morning that he awoke healthy reminded him of years when simply standing required immense effort. Each meal reminded him of days when finding even a small piece of bread had been difficult. Each gathering with his family reminded him of the unbearable loneliness through which Allah had carried him. His entire life became an act of remembrance. Classical scholars often note that the greatest miracles do not always produce the greatest believers. Throughout history, many people witnessed astonishing signs and still refused guidance. What transformed hearts was not merely seeing miracles. It was recognizing the one who performed them. Ayyub constantly directed people away from himself and toward Allah. One afternoon, several young men visited him. They had heard countless stories about his patience. One finally asked, "O Prophet of Allah, what was the hardest moment during all those years?" Ayyub remained silent for a while. He looked toward the sky. Then he answered gently, "The hardest moments were never the loss of wealth." The young men listened carefully. "Nor the loss of health." He paused again. "The greatest struggle was protecting my heart from anything that displeased Allah." His answer surprised them. Most people expected him to speak about physical suffering. Instead, he revealed the concern of every prophet. Their greatest fear was never worldly pain. Their greatest fear was displeasing their Lord. This perspective explains why the prophets remained spiritually strong during hardships that would have crushed ordinary people. Their hearts were focused upon eternity. Worldly suffering, no matter how severe, remained temporary. Allah remained eternal. As Ayyub continued teaching, he frequently reminded people not to envy others. You never know which hidden trials accompany the blessings you admire. These words reflected profound wisdom. People had once envied his wealth. Later they pitied his poverty. Then they admired his restoration. Yet none of them had understood Allah's complete plan. The Quran repeatedly warns believers against judging life based upon appearances alone. Only Allah possesses complete knowledge. One of Ayyub's greatest legacies became his understanding of patience itself. Islamic scholars later divided patience into three broad categories. Patience in obeying Allah. Patience in avoiding sin. Patience during hardship. Ayyub became the greatest historical example of the third category, yet his life also demonstrated the first two. He remained obedient despite illness. He avoided despair despite suffering. His patience was complete. This is why Muslim scholars across the centuries have referred to him whenever discussing Sabr Jamil, beautiful patience. Beautiful patience does not mean pretending pain does not exist. Ayyub certainly felt pain. Beautiful patience means carrying pain without losing trust. It means tears without rebellion. It means grief without hopelessness. It means hardship without abandoning worship. Centuries later, another prophet would use a similar expression. When Yaqub lost Yusuf, he declared, "So patience is most fitting." The prophets understood that patience is not weakness. It is one of the greatest forms of strength. As Ayyub entered the later years of his life, the younger generation increasingly viewed him as a living treasure of wisdom. Parents brought their children to hear him. Scholars sought his advice. Travelers carried his teachings across distant lands. Even those who had once doubted him now respected him deeply. Many privately regretted abandoning him during his years of illness. Yet Ayyub never reminded them of their failures. He forgave. Just as Allah had shown mercy to him, he showed mercy to others. Forgiveness became another lesson flowing naturally from his life. What benefit would there be in reopening wounds that Allah himself had already healed? His concern was not revenge. His concern was guidance. This quality appears repeatedly throughout prophetic history. Yusuf forgave his brothers. Muhammad forgave the people of Mecca after its conquest. Ayyub forgave those who had abandoned him. Mercy became the language of the prophets. The exact location of Ayyub's grave has been the subject of various historical traditions. Several places in the Middle East claim the honor of preserving his resting place. One well-known tradition associates his grave with the region of Salalah in modern-day Oman. Another connects it with areas near Hauran in Syria. Other historical claims exist in Palestine and Turkey. However, neither the Quran nor authentic hadith confirms the precise location. For this reason, Muslim scholars generally avoid making definitive claims about his burial place. What matters infinitely more than the location of his grave is the permanence of his example. His true legacy does not lie beneath a stone monument. It lives in every believer who chooses patience over despair. Historians have long debated when exactly Ayyub lived. Because the Quran does not specify dates, scholars have relied upon genealogies preserved in early historical sources. Many place him sometime after Prophet Yaqub and before Prophet Musa, while others suggest slightly different chronological positions. The exact timeline remains uncertain. What is certain is that his story belongs to the ancient prophetic era long before the coming of the final messenger, Muhammad. Archaeologists have searched for evidence connected with Job for generations. Ancient sites throughout the Levant preserve local traditions associated with his life. Old wells, caves, shrines, and ruins have all been linked to him by various communities. Yet archaeology has not produced definitive evidence identifying the precise historical locations connected to his biography. This should not surprise believers. The Quran never depends upon archaeology for its truth. Rather, archaeology occasionally confirms aspects of ancient civilizations already described by revelation. Faith in the prophets ultimately rests upon Allah's revelation, not upon excavated stones. As his final days approached, Ayyub remained exactly as he had always been. Grateful. Humble. Patient. Content. His worship continued. His remembrance continued. His trust never diminished. When the angel of death finally came by Allah's command, Ayyub met that moment with the same faith that had carried him through every trial. For him, death was not the end. It was the beginning of the eternal reward promised to every righteous servant. The prophet who had lost everything, then received everything back, now returned to the one who had given every blessing from the very beginning. His earthly journey ended. His example never would. Even today, thousands of years later, whenever believers face illness, financial collapse, grief, betrayal, or loneliness, they remember one name. Ayyub. Not because his suffering was greater than everyone else's, but because his trust in Allah never wavered. And that trust transformed one man's life into one of the greatest stories ever preserved in human history. The earthly life of Prophet Ayyub had come to an end, but his story was only beginning. Unlike the kingdoms of ancient rulers that disappeared beneath sand and stone, the legacy of Ayyub crossed continents, languages, civilizations, and religions. Generation after generation continued to tell his story because it answered one of humanity's oldest questions. Why do good people suffer? For thousands of years, philosophers attempted to answer that question. Kings debated it. Priests discussed it. Scholars wrote volumes about it. Yet the life of Ayyub offered an answer more powerful than any philosophical argument. Sometimes Allah does not explain suffering. He transforms the person who suffers. That transformation became Ayyub's greatest miracle. The Quran never tells believers that life will always be easy. In fact, Allah says in Surah Al-Baqarah, "We will certainly test you with something of fear and hunger, and loss of wealth, lives, and fruits. But give glad tidings to the patient." Quran 2:155. Many scholars have noted how perfectly this verse reflects the life of Ayyub. Fear. Hunger. Loss of wealth. Loss of family. Years of illness. Yet through every trial, Allah fulfilled His promise. Glad tidings belong to the patient. The Quran mentions Ayyub directly in only a handful of verses, but every verse carries extraordinary depth. In Surah Al-Anbiya, 21:83-84, Allah says, "And remember Ayyub when he called to his Lord, indeed, adversity has touched me, and you are the most merciful of those who show mercy. So we responded to him, removed what afflicted him, restored his family to him and doubled them as a mercy from us and as a reminder for those who worship." These verses reveal several profound lessons. First, Allah commands believers to remember Ayyub. His story is not merely history. It is guidance. Second, Allah immediately answered his sincere supplication. The response may have appeared delayed from a human perspective, but in Allah's perfect wisdom it arrived exactly when it was meant to. Third, Allah describes the restoration of Ayyub not as something he earned, but as a mercy from us. Every blessing ultimately comes through divine mercy. In Surah Sad, 38:41-44, Allah again recounts Ayyub's story with different emphasis. These verses focus upon Satan's whispers, Allah's miraculous healing, and the remarkable statement that has inspired Muslims for centuries. Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he constantly turned back to Allah. Imagine receiving praise directly from the Lord of the worlds. No earthly honor compares to it. No title. No award. No monument. No empire. Allah Himself declared Ayyub an excellent servant. This verse alone is enough to immortalize his legacy forever. Classical tafsir devoted significant attention to these passages. ###Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir explains that Ayyub became the supreme example of patience because he combined three qualities rarely found together. Complete gratitude during prosperity. Complete patience during hardship. Complete humility after recovery. Many people thank Allah while blessed. Many remain patient during hardship. But few avoid pride after relief finally arrives. Ayyub accomplished all three. ###Al-Tabari. Al-Tabari emphasizes that Allah tested Ayyub not because of hidden sins, but because prophets often receive the greatest trials. This principle later appeared in an authentic hadith narrated from the Prophet Muhammad. When asked which people experienced the greatest tests, he replied, "The prophets, then those nearest to them, then those nearest to them." This hadith completely overturns the mistaken belief that suffering automatically indicates divine anger. Sometimes suffering indicates extraordinary closeness to Allah. ###Al-Qurtubi. Al-Qurtubi reflects upon the remarkable etiquette of Ayyub's supplication. Rather than demanding healing, Ayyub simply acknowledged his weakness and praised Allah's mercy. His prayer teaches believers how to seek help with humility rather than entitlement. ###Fakhr al-Din al-Razi. Al-Razi highlights another subtle lesson. Ayyub's greatest achievement was not surviving illness. It was preventing illness from corrupting his relationship with Allah. Physical pain never became spiritual rebellion. This distinction lies at the heart of true patience. As Islamic civilization expanded across Asia, Africa, and Europe, scholars continued teaching Ayyub's story. Mosques echoed with his example. Children memorized the Quranic verses describing him. Poets composed beautiful reflections upon his patience. Preachers reminded communities that every hardship eventually ends, just as Ayyub's did. Even Muslim physicians sometimes mentioned Ayyub when encouraging patients facing prolonged illness. His story became a source of comfort for the sick. A source of hope for the poor. A source of strength for the grieving. A source of patience for every believer experiencing trials. His influence extended far beyond the Muslim world. Within Jewish tradition, Job became one of the Bible's most discussed figures. The book of Job explores profound questions about suffering, justice, and faith. Christian theologians likewise reflected deeply upon his story, often presenting Job as an example of perseverance and trust in God. Although important theological differences exist between the biblical narrative and the Quranic account, the shared respect for this righteous servant demonstrates the remarkable influence of his life across the Abrahamic traditions. Modern historians continue studying the ancient Near Eastern background of the Book of Job. Some scholars view it primarily as wisdom literature. Others search for historical connections between the biblical account and ancient Edomite traditions. Muslim scholarship, however, begins from a different foundation. For Muslims, Ayyub was not merely a literary character. He was a real prophet chosen by Allah. The Quran confirms his prophethood. That confirmation provides certainty where historical speculation remains limited. This difference shapes the entire Islamic understanding of his life. History may debate details. Revelation establishes truth. One fascinating aspect of Ayyub's legacy is how universal his story remains. Every human being eventually experiences loss. Some lose health. Some lose wealth. Some lose loved ones. Some lose opportunities. Some lose dreams. Very few escape hardship altogether. Because of this, every generation discovers something personal within Ayyub's story. The businessman facing bankruptcy. The mother mourning her child. The patient awaiting medical results. The refugee separated from home. The believer struggling through loneliness. Each finds hope in the same prophet. Not because their trials are identical, but because the path through those trials remains the same. Faith. Patience. Trust. Remembrance. Hope. These timeless principles explain why Allah preserved Ayyub's story in the Quran. Not to satisfy curiosity about ancient history, but to strengthen hearts until the day of judgment. Even now, in a world of advanced medicine, artificial intelligence, satellites, and digital communication, the deepest human struggles remain remarkably unchanged. People still fear illness. They still mourn loss. They still question suffering. They still search for hope. And across more than 3,000 years of remembered history, one quiet voice continues answering them. The voice of a prophet who never stopped trusting Allah. The voice of Ayyub. History remembers many kinds of people. It remembers conquerors who built vast empires. It remembers kings who ruled over millions. It remembers generals whose armies changed the course of nations. It remembers inventors whose discoveries transformed civilization. Yet among all these famous names stands a man who achieved none of those worldly accomplishments. He conquered no empire. He commanded no legendary army. He built no famous palace. He left behind no worldly kingdom. Instead, Prophet Ayyub conquered something far greater. He conquered despair. And because of that victory, his name has survived longer than countless emperors whose monuments now lie in ruins. This is one of history's greatest ironies. Many rulers spent their entire lives trying to ensure they would never be forgotten. Today, archaeologists struggle even to identify their tombs. Ayyub sought only the pleasure of Allah. As a result, billions of people across the world still remember him. That is the difference between fame built by people and honor granted by Allah. The Quran repeatedly reminds believers that worldly life is temporary. Everything eventually fades. Beauty fades. Strength fades. Youth fades. Power fades. Wealth fades. Even memories fade. Only what is done sincerely for Allah remains. Ayyub understood this truth more deeply than almost anyone. When he possessed immense wealth, he remembered Allah. When he lost everything, he remembered Allah. When he recovered, he remembered Allah. His worship was never dependent upon circumstances. It was dependent only upon his love for his Creator. This is why Allah honored him with words unlike those spoken about ordinary people. Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he constantly turned back to Allah. Quran 38:44. Few verses in the Quran contain greater praise for a human being. Allah did not simply acknowledge Ayyub's endurance. He called him an excellent servant. Every believer should pause and reflect upon those words. Throughout life, people chase titles. Successful. Powerful. Influential. Famous. Respected. But the greatest title any human being could ever receive is the one Allah gave Ayyub. An excellent servant. That single description outweighs every worldly achievement. ### Lessons from the life of Prophet Ayyub AS. Ayyub's life teaches that faith is not proven during ease. It is revealed during hardship. Anyone can praise Allah when life unfolds according to their plans. The true test comes when those plans collapse. His story teaches that patience is not remaining silent while pretending pain does not exist. The Quran itself records Ayyub's supplication. He acknowledged his suffering. He cried out to Allah. He sought His mercy. What he never did was accuse Allah of injustice. His story teaches that believers should never judge another person's relationship with Allah based upon worldly circumstances. Some of the greatest people in history experienced the greatest hardships. Noah was mocked. Ibrahim was thrown into the fire. Yaqub wept for years. Yusuf was imprisoned. Musa fled from Pharaoh. Isa was rejected by many. Muhammad buried children, faced persecution, starvation, exile, and war. Ayyub endured prolonged illness and loss. Hardship has never been evidence that Allah dislikes someone. Sometimes it is evidence that Allah intends to elevate them. His life also teaches gratitude. Modern society often encourages people to focus upon what they lack. Ayyub focused upon what remained. Even after losing nearly everything, he still found reasons to praise Allah. This perspective transformed suffering itself. Gratitude does not erase hardship. But it prevents hardship from consuming the heart. His marriage to Rama offers another timeless lesson. Love rooted only in comfort disappears when comfort ends. Love rooted in faith grows stronger through trials. Rama remained beside her husband when wealth vanished. When health disappeared. When society abandoned them. Her loyalty became one of the most beautiful examples of devotion preserved in Islamic history. Their marriage reminds believers that true companionship is measured during difficult days, not easy ones. Ayyub also teaches humility after success. Many people promise greater devotion if Allah removes their hardships. Yet once relief arrives, they quickly return to forgetfulness. Ayyub did the opposite. After recovery, he worshipped Allah with even greater gratitude than before. His suffering had purified his appreciation for every blessing. His story also reminds believers never to lose hope. Years may pass. Answers may seem delayed. Doors may remain closed. But Allah's timing is never late. The miracle came precisely when Allah had decreed. Not a single day earlier. Not a single day later. That principle continues comforting believers today. Every unanswered prayer has a wisdom known perfectly by Allah. Sometimes the answer comes immediately. Sometimes after years. Sometimes its fulfillment waits for the hereafter. But sincere supplication never disappears. Allah hears every word. Another lesson concerns the danger of judging others. Many people abandoned Ayyub because they assumed they understood Allah's wisdom. They believed suffering proved hidden sin. History proved them wrong. Only Allah knows the unseen. Only Allah knows what lies within hearts. Believers therefore approach others with compassion rather than judgment. One remarkable aspect of Ayyub's story is how little the Quran says about the exact medical details of his illness. This silence itself teaches something important. The disease is not the focus. Faith is. The pain matters less than the patience. The illness matters less than the trust. The miracle matters less than the mercy behind it. The Quran consistently directs attention towards spiritual lessons rather than unnecessary details. This is one reason its stories continue speaking to every generation. Whether someone suffers from physical illness, financial hardship, broken relationships, loneliness, depression, loss, or uncertainty, the heart of Ayyub's story remains unchanged. Turn toward Allah. Remain patient. Continue worshipping. Never lose hope. Trust His wisdom. The outcome belongs to Him. Today, millions of Muslims continue reciting the supplication of Ayyub during times of illness and hardship. Rabbi Ani Masaniya Adhduru wa anta arhamur rahimin. My Lord, adversity has touched me, and you are the most merciful of those who show mercy. Quran 21 hours 83 minutes. Its beauty lies in its humility. There is no complaint. No demand. No anger. Only trust. That trust changed history. Thousands of years have passed since Ayyub walked the earth. Empires have risen and fallen. Languages have changed. Borders have shifted. Entire civilizations have disappeared. Yet his story continues living within the hearts of believers because faith like his never grows old. His patience still inspires. His gratitude still teaches. His humility still humbles. His trust still comforts. His story still heals. And above all, his life reminds humanity that no darkness lasts forever for those who place their trust in Allah. Every night eventually gives way to dawn. Every storm eventually passes. Every hardship eventually ends. Every believer eventually returns to the Most Merciful. May Allah grant us hearts that remain grateful in times of ease, patient in times of hardship, humble in times of success, steadfast in times of trial, and sincere until our final breath. This has been the extraordinary story of Prophet Ayyub, the man whose patience became timeless, whose faith overcame every trial, and whose unwavering trust in Allah continues to illuminate hearts across the world. Thank you for joining Sleepless historian Salavora, where history is not merely remembered, but brought to life through the timeless stories of faith, courage, and the remarkable people who shaped our world. The historical world of Prophet Ayyub AS, the ancient Near East before the great empires. Long before the towering temples of Greece reached their height, before Rome became the ruler of the Mediterranean, before the Persian Empire stretched across continents, and centuries before the birth of Jesus and the final prophet Muhammad, the ancient Near East stood at the center of human civilization. It was a world of fertile valleys, endless deserts, rugged mountains, bustling caravan routes, and powerful tribal societies. This was the world in which Prophet Ayyub lived, worshipped Allah, and demonstrated the patience that would inspire humanity for thousands of years. To understand Ayyub's story, one must first understand his world. Unlike many modern cities with clearly marked borders and written records preserved in libraries, the ancient Near East consisted of interconnected kingdoms, tribal confederations, merchant settlements, and agricultural communities. Power shifted frequently. Trade created prosperity one generation and war destroyed it the next. Entire cities could flourish for centuries before disappearing beneath sand and forgotten ruins. The Quran does not specify the exact year in which Prophet Ayyub lived. This silence is itself meaningful. Allah's purpose was not to teach chronology but guidance. Nevertheless, Muslim historians, classical mufassirin, Jewish traditions, and Christian historical writings have all attempted to place Ayyub within the broader timeline of sacred history. Most classical Muslim scholars connect Ayyub to the blessed family of Prophet Ibrahim. According to many early historical reports recorded by scholars such as Ibn Kathir and al-Tabari, Ayyub was among the descendants of Prophet Ishaq. Although the exact genealogy differs among early narrations, nearly all agree that he belonged to the noble Abrahamic family, a lineage chosen repeatedly by Allah to guide humanity. This connection explains why many themes within Ayyub's life resemble those found in the lives of Ibrahim, Yaqub, Yusuf, and other prophets. The family was repeatedly tested through wealth, migration, separation, loss, leadership, and faith. Their greatest inheritance was never land or kingdoms. It was unwavering devotion to Allah. Several regions have traditionally been associated with Ayyub's homeland. Among them, the most frequently mentioned are Horan, Edom, and the mysterious land of Uz. The land of Uz occupies a particularly fascinating place in historical studies. The Hebrew Bible identifies Job as living in the land of Uz, yet it provides few geographical details. Over centuries, historians proposed various locations stretching from southern Syria to northern Jordan and parts of northwestern Arabia. Many Muslim historians associated Uz with regions surrounding Horan, an area famous for fertile volcanic plains, rich agriculture, and strategic caravan routes connecting Damascus with Arabia. Others linked Ayyub's homeland with Edom, southeast of the Dead Sea, a rugged land of mountains, valleys, and red sandstone cliffs. These regions were among the most important crossroads of the ancient world. Caravans carrying incense from southern Arabia traveled northward through these lands toward Damascus and the Mediterranean. Egyptian merchants exchanged grain and linen for precious metals and livestock. Mesopotamian traders transported textiles, copper, oils, spices, and crafted goods across difficult desert routes. The prosperity described in the life of Ayyub fits remarkably well within this historical setting. A wealthy landowner living near major trade routes could indeed possess vast herds, fertile farmland, orchards, servants, and commercial connections extending across neighboring kingdoms. Agriculture formed the foundation of everyday life. Unlike modern industrial societies, ancient wealth depended primarily upon land. A family's prosperity could often be measured by its fields, vineyards, olive groves, flocks of sheep, herds of cattle, camels, donkeys, and access to reliable water. Rain determined survival. A single season of drought could destroy years of prosperity. Locust invasions devastated harvests. Disease among livestock could ruin entire communities. This historical reality helps explain why Ayyub's losses were so devastating. He did not merely lose money. He lost the economic foundation upon which ancient families depended. His suffering would have been immediately understood by every person living in that era. Hospitality occupied a sacred place within ancient Near Eastern culture. Travel across deserts was dangerous. Merchants often journeyed hundreds of miles between settlements. Fresh water remained precious. Food could not always be guaranteed. For this reason, generous households became famous throughout entire regions. Islamic historical traditions describe Ayyub as one of these remarkable hosts. Travelers rarely left his home hungry. The poor found assistance. Widows received support. Orphans discovered protection. Long before Islamic law formally emphasized charity, Ayyub already embodied these principles through prophetic guidance. Classical scholars often point out that Allah frequently blesses generous people with increased provision, not because wealth itself is the goal, but because generosity reflects sincere gratitude. Ayyub understood this principle completely. His wealth existed to serve others, not merely himself. Religion during the time of Ayyub varied greatly across the ancient Near East. Many communities practiced different forms of polytheism. Local gods governed different cities. Mountain deities, storm gods, sun gods, moon gods, fertility gods, household idols. Throughout the ancient world, pagan worship dominated much of society. Against this background stood the prophets. Every prophet called people back to Tawhid. One Creator. One Lord. One Sustainer. One Judge. The message never changed. From Adam to Nuh. From Ibrahim to Musa. From Isa to Muhammad. The central invitation remained identical. Worship Allah alone. Ayyub's own community likely lived among surrounding peoples whose beliefs differed significantly from prophetic teachings. This historical context explains why prophets consistently emphasized trust in Allah instead of dependence upon idols, fortune-tellers, tribal superstitions, or imagined deities controlling nature. Ancient medicine also differed dramatically from modern healthcare. Physicians existed in Egypt and Mesopotamia, but medical knowledge remained limited. Illness was often misunderstood. Some diseases were interpreted as punishment from unseen forces. Others became surrounded by superstition. Many societies feared prolonged sickness because they believed it reflected divine rejection. This cultural background helps explain why so many people abandoned Ayyub during his illness. Their actions reflected widespread assumptions common throughout much of the ancient world. Islam later corrected these misunderstandings. The Prophet Muhammad taught believers that illness itself does not indicate Allah's anger. Rather, it may erase sins, elevate spiritual rank, and remind people of their dependence upon their Creator. Ayyub became the greatest historical example of this principle centuries before the final revelation. Another important feature of Ayyub's world was the importance of family. Large households represented strength. Children helped cultivate fields. Sons protected family interests. Daughters strengthened tribal relationships through marriage. Servants and extended relatives formed part of a household's daily life. Losing one's children therefore carried emotional, social, and economic consequences simultaneously. The grief experienced by Ayyub and Rama would have been understood deeply within their society. Yet even amid unimaginable loss, they never abandoned hope in Allah. The climate itself shaped everyday existence. Summers could become intensely hot. Winters occasionally brought heavy rains to higher elevations. Pastures changed with the seasons. Caravan schedules depended upon weather. Harvest cycles governed village life. People lived close to nature because survival required constant awareness of the environment. The Quran repeatedly draws attention to rain, crops, livestock, mountains, rivers, stars, and changing seasons because these realities formed the daily experience of prophets like Ayyub. Understanding this world helps modern readers appreciate the profound realism of the Quranic narrative. These were not mythical landscapes. They were real places inhabited by real people facing real hardships. And among them walked a prophet whose faith would become timeless. The next chapter will move from geography and history into the Quran itself, examining every verse revealed about Prophet Ayyub, exploring the linguistic beauty, classical tafsir, and profound spiritual lessons hidden within each word of Allah's revelation. Every Quranic verse about Prophet Ayyub, as a detailed historical and tafsir analysis. Among all the prophets mentioned in the Quran, Prophet Ayyub receives relatively few verses. At first glance, this surprises many readers. Why would Allah dedicate long passages to prophets like Musa, Yusuf, Nuh, and Ibrahim, yet summarize the life of Ayyub in only a handful of verses? Classical scholars answered this question with remarkable insight. Imam Ibn Kathir wrote that the Quran does not measure importance by the number of verses devoted to a prophet. Instead, Allah reveals exactly what humanity needs. In the case of Ayyub, the central lesson was never the chronology of his life, the exact nature of his illness, or the number of years he suffered. The lesson was his unwavering faith. Every word chosen by Allah carries extraordinary depth. Ayyub's story appears primarily in two chapters of the Quran, Surah Al-Anbiya, 21:83-84, and Surah Sad, 38:41-44. In addition, his name appears in lists of prophets in Surah An-Nisa, 4:163, and Surah Al-An'am, 6 hours 84 minutes, confirming his prophethood and his honored place among Allah's chosen messengers. The first mention appears in Surah An-Nisa. Indeed, we have revealed to you as we revealed to Nuh and the prophets after him, and we revealed to Ibrahim, Ismail, Ishaq, Yaqub, the tribes, Isa, Ayyub, Yunus, Harun, and Sulaiman, Quran 4:163. This verse carries tremendous theological importance. Allah mentions Ayyub among the recipients of divine revelation. This alone confirms beyond any doubt that Ayyub was not merely a righteous man. He was a prophet entrusted with revelation. Classical scholars point out that this verse also establishes the continuity of revelation. The message given to Muhammad did not begin a new religion. It completed the same chain of revelation that Allah had sent through Nuh, Ibrahim, Musa, Ayyub, Isa, and every prophet before them. The central message remained unchanged. Worship Allah alone. Obey Him. Trust Him. Prepare for the hereafter. The second mention comes in Surah Al-An'am. And we gave him Ishaq and Yaqub. Each we guided. And Nuh we guided before. And among his descendants were Dawood, Sulaiman, Ayyub, Yusuf, Musa, and Harun. Thus do we reward those who excel in doing good. Quran 6 hours 84 minutes. This verse places Ayyub within one of the Quran's most honored lists of prophets. Notice that Allah concludes the passage by saying, "Thus do we reward those who excel in doing good." According to Al-Qurtubi, this statement reminds believers that prophethood represents not worldly privilege but divine favor bestowed upon those chosen for righteousness and steadfastness. The most famous passage appears in Surah Al-Anbiya. Allah says, "And remember Ayyub when he called to his Lord, indeed, adversity has touched me, and you are the most merciful of those who show mercy." Quran 21 hours 83 minutes. Every word deserves careful reflection. Allah begins with the command. Remember Ayyub. The Arabic word udkar is not simply an instruction to recall historical information. It means to remember in a way that influences the heart. Allah wants every generation to revisit Ayyub's story whenever life becomes difficult. His biography is not preserved for historians alone. It is preserved for every believer facing hardship. Then comes the extraordinary supplication. Indeed, adversity has touched me. The Arabic word addur refers to harm, hardship, suffering, or distress. Notice how Ayyub phrases his prayer. He does not exaggerate. He does not describe every detail. He simply acknowledges reality. Adversity has touched me. Then comes one of the most beautiful descriptions of Allah found anywhere in the Quran. And you are the most merciful of those who show mercy. Imam al-Razi comments that Ayyub deliberately mentioned Allah's mercy before requesting anything specific. This demonstrates perfect manners before Allah. Instead of saying, "Heal me," he entrusted the matter entirely to divine wisdom. His prayer teaches believers that sometimes the most beautiful supplication is not the longest one. It is the one filled with complete trust. Allah immediately follows with the response. So we answered him, removed the hardship that afflicted him, restored his family to him, and doubled them as a mercy from us and a reminder for those who worship. Quran 21 hours 84 minutes. Notice the speed of the narrative. Ayyub calls. Allah answers. There is no hesitation. No uncertainty. The response was always guaranteed. The delay existed only within human perception. According to Ibn Kathir, Allah delayed relief not because he ignored Ayyub's prayer but because the appointed time had not yet arrived. This principle appears repeatedly throughout prophetic history. Nuh preached for centuries. Yusuf remained imprisoned for years. Yaqub waited decades before seeing Yusuf again. Musa spent years in Madian before returning to Egypt. Muhammad patiently endured persecution in Mecca before victory arrived. Delay never means abandonment. The next major passage appears in Surah Sad. Allah says, "And remember our servant Ayyub when he called to his Lord, indeed, Satan has touched me with hardship and suffering." Quran 38:41. This verse has generated extensive discussion among classical scholars. What does it mean that Satan touched him? Islamic theology is clear. Satan possesses no independent power equal to Allah. He cannot act outside Allah's permission. Rather, Satan's role involves whispering, tempting, frightening, and encouraging despair. According to Ibn Kathir and Al-Tabari, Ayyub attributes the hardship to Satan in the sense that Satan constantly sought to increase his emotional suffering through whispers and discouragement. The illness itself remained under Allah's complete control. This distinction protects the Islamic belief in Allah's absolute sovereignty. The next verse contains the miracle. Strike the ground with your foot. Here is cool water for washing and drinking. Quran 38:42. One short command. One miraculous spring. One complete healing. Classical scholars observe that Allah could have healed Ayyub instantly without any visible means. Instead, he instructed him to strike the ground. Why? Because Allah often teaches humanity through causes while reminding them that He alone creates the result. Medicine exists. Doctors exist. Water exists. Yet healing belongs only to Allah. The Quran then states, "And we restored his family to him, and doubled them as a mercy from us and a reminder for people of understanding." Quran 38:43. Here the Quran introduces another phrase of enormous significance. A reminder for people of understanding. The Arabic expression ulul albab refers to people whose hearts and minds reflect deeply upon Allah's signs. Ayyub's story is not merely emotional. It is intellectual. It invites believers to think carefully about suffering, divine wisdom, patience, gratitude, and hope. Finally comes the famous verse concerning Rama and Ayyub's oath. "Take in your hand a bundle of grass and strike with it, and do not break your oath." Quran 38:44. Scholars have long viewed this verse as one of the clearest demonstrations of Allah's mercy. Rather than forcing hardship where compassion could fulfill justice, Allah provided a lawful solution that honored both the oath and the lifelong devotion of Ayyub's wife. The verse concludes with one of the greatest praises any human being has ever received. "Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he constantly turned back to Allah." Ibn Ashur explains that this conclusion summarizes Ayyub's entire life. Allah does not praise his wealth. Allah does not praise his miraculous healing. Allah does not praise his former status. Allah praises his character. Patience. Excellence in worship. Constant return to Allah. These three qualities define true success in Islam. Together, these verses form one of the most concise yet profound biographies in the Quran. In only a few verses, Allah teaches believers about suffering, prayer, patience, mercy, healing, family, gratitude, wisdom, and unwavering faith. Every generation discovers new comfort within these verses because every generation experiences hardship. The Quran does not merely tell us what happened to Ayyub. It teaches us how to live when our own lives become difficult. In the next chapter, we will examine every authentic hadith concerning Prophet Ayyub AS, exploring what the Prophet Muhammad taught about his remarkable life and how the companions understood his enduring example. Prophet Ayyub AS, in the authentic hadith, what the Prophet Muhammad taught about him. The Quran provides the foundation of Prophet Ayyub's story, but the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad adds several authentic details that deepen our understanding of his life. Unlike many popular stories that have circulated over the centuries, authentic hadith are the most reliable source after the Quran. For this reason, Muslim scholars have always distinguished between what is established through authentic narrations and what comes from weak reports or Israeliyat, the historical traditions transmitted from earlier Jewish and Christian sources. This distinction is important. Throughout Islamic history, storytellers often expanded the account of Ayyub with dramatic details. Some described his illness in horrifying ways. Others claimed that worms covered his body or that his flesh decayed beyond recognition. While such stories became widespread in some historical books, many leading scholars, including Ibn al-Jawzi and others, criticized these reports because they lacked authentic chains of transmission and conflicted with the dignity that Allah grants His prophets. The authentic Sunnah presents a much more balanced and reliable picture. One of the most famous authentic narrations concerning Prophet Ayyub is recorded in Sahih al-Bukhari. The Messenger of Allah said that while Ayyub was bathing naked after Allah had healed him, a cloud passed over him and began raining down golden locusts. Ayyub immediately began gathering them into his garment. Then Allah said to him, "O Ayyub, have I not made you so rich that you have no need of what you see?" Ayyub replied, "Yes, by your majesty. But I can never have enough of your blessing." This beautiful narration teaches several profound lessons. First, Allah had already restored Ayyub's wealth. Yet Ayyub still welcomed another blessing from his Lord. Not because of greed. Not because he worshipped wealth. But because every blessing from Allah is beloved to the believer. The scholars explain that Ayyub was not collecting the gold because he distrusted Allah's provision. Rather, he recognized every gift from Allah as something honorable. Rejecting Allah's blessing out of false humility would itself be inappropriate. This hadith also demonstrates Ayyub's extraordinary gratitude. Even after everything he had experienced, he never assumed that he deserved Allah's gifts. He viewed every blessing as an act of divine generosity. Imam Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, in his commentary on Fath al-Bari, explains that this narration shows that contentment does not require rejecting lawful wealth. A believer may possess wealth while keeping the heart attached only to Allah. This perfectly describes Ayyub. He had once been wealthy. Then poor. Then wealthy again. None of those circumstances changed his relationship with his Creator. Another authentic hadith that relates indirectly to Ayyub concerns the nature of prophetic trials. The Prophet Muhammad was asked, "Which people are tested most severely?" He replied, "The prophets, then those nearest to them, then those nearest to them." A person is tested according to the strength of his religion. If his religion is firm, his trial is increased. If there is weakness in his religion, he is tested according to it. The servant continues to be tested until he walks upon the earth free of sins. This narration is found in authentic collections such as Jami' al-Tirmidhi and others, and it became one of the foundational texts through which scholars understood the life of Ayyub. No prophet illustrates this hadith more clearly than Ayyub himself. His extraordinary trials reflected the extraordinary strength of his faith. The hadith overturns a common misunderstanding that hardship necessarily indicates Allah's displeasure. Instead, severe trials often accompany the highest spiritual ranks. This principle appears repeatedly throughout prophetic history. Nuh preached for centuries while being mocked. Ibrahim was thrown into a blazing fire. Yusuf endured betrayal, slavery, and imprisonment. Musa confronted Pharaoh. Muhammad experienced persecution, exile, hunger, and the loss of beloved family members. Ayyub's prolonged illness belongs within this same prophetic pattern. Another authentic narration records the Prophet Muhammad saying, "When Allah intends good for someone, He afflicts him with trials." This hadith, also found in Sahih al-Bukhari, helps explain Ayyub's life from an Islamic perspective. Trials are not meaningless suffering. They become opportunities for purification. They erase sins. They elevate spiritual rank. They strengthen reliance upon Allah. For ordinary believers, hardship may serve as expiation for mistakes. For prophets, who are protected from major sins, hardship serves primarily to elevate their already lofty status and to provide enduring examples for humanity. One of the most frequently quoted prophetic sayings concerning patience also reflects Ayyub's example, even though it does not mention him by name. The prophet said, "How wonderful is the affair of the believer! Everything that happens to him is good. If something pleasing happens, he is grateful, and that is good for him. If hardship strikes him, he remains patient, and that is good for him." This authentic narration appears in Sahih Muslim. When scholars explain this hadith, they often point to Ayyub as one of history's greatest practical examples. During prosperity, he showed gratitude. During hardship, he showed patience. In both situations, he remained successful. The Prophet also taught that illness itself carries spiritual benefits. He said, "No fatigue, disease, sorrow, sadness, harm, or distress afflicts a Muslim, not even the prick of a thorn, except that Allah expiates some of his sins because of it." Although prophets like Ayyub were not being purified from sins in the same manner as ordinary believers, this narration teaches Muslims how to understand illness through the lens of faith rather than despair. Ayyub's story transformed the way Muslims viewed sickness. Instead of seeing illness solely as punishment, believers learn to see it as one possible means through which Allah grants reward and draws His servants nearer to Him. It is also important to recognize what the authentic hadith do not say. They do not describe grotesque scenes in which insects consumed Ayyub's body. They do not claim that people abandoned him because his appearance became unbearable. They do not support many sensational details that later storytellers added. Leading scholars repeatedly warned against accepting such reports without evidence. The Prophet Muhammad never described Ayyub in degrading terms. Instead, the Sunnah preserves his dignity. This reflects a broader Islamic principle. Allah honors His prophets. They experience hardship, but their honor remains protected. Their trials increase their rank rather than diminish it. This balanced understanding became a hallmark of Sunni scholarship. Classical scholars accepted authentic hadith without hesitation. They treated weak historical reports with caution. And they rejected fabricated stories that contradicted revelation or the honored status of the prophets. Another important lesson derived from the Sunnah concerns the etiquette of making du'a. Ayyub's supplication became a model for Muslims. The Prophet taught believers to ask Allah with certainty, humility, and hope. Ayyub's prayer contained all three. He acknowledged his hardship. He praised Allah's mercy. He entrusted the outcome to his Lord. His supplication remains one of the most beautiful examples of prophetic du'a preserved in Revelation. Whenever Muslims recite, "Indeed, adversity has touched me, and you are the most merciful of those who show mercy," they are not merely repeating ancient words. They are following the example of a prophet whose trust in Allah never weakened despite years of unimaginable trials. Through the authentic hadith, Ayyub emerges not only as a symbol of patience but also as a model of gratitude, humility, lawful appreciation of Allah's blessings, and unwavering confidence in divine wisdom. In the next chapter, we will turn to the great classical commentators of the Quran, exploring how scholars such as Ibn Kathir, Al-Tabari, Al-Qurtubi, Fakhr al-Din al-Razi, and Ibn Ashur understood the life of Prophet Ayyub AS, and what unique insights each contributed to his enduring legacy. Prophet Ayyub AS, through the eyes of the great classical Mufassirin. One of the greatest treasures of Islamic civilization is its vast tradition of tafsir, the scholarly explanation of the Quran. For more than 14 centuries, Muslim scholars have carefully reflected upon every verse revealed by Allah, examining its language, historical background, theological meaning, and practical lessons. Although the Quran relates the story of Prophet Ayyub in only a few verses, those verses inspired hundreds of pages of commentary by some of Islam's greatest scholars. Each Mufassir approached the story from a unique perspective. Some emphasized language. Others focused on history. Others explored theology, spirituality, law, or moral lessons. Together, their works provide one of the richest understandings of Ayyub's remarkable life. ###Ibn Kathir, patience as the highest form of worship. Among Muslim readers, one of the most widely studied commentaries is that of Ismail ibn Kathir. When explaining the story of Ayyub, Ibn Kathir repeatedly reminds readers that Allah tested his prophet not because of hidden sins but because prophets receive the greatest trials. He supports this understanding through authentic hadith describing how the prophets are the most severely tested among humanity. Ibn Kathir carefully records many historical narrations about Ayyub's life, including reports from earlier Jewish and Christian traditions that had entered early Islamic historical literature. At the same time, he repeatedly distinguishes between reports supported by authentic evidence and those that cannot be verified. One issue receives particular attention. Some historical narrations describe Ayyub's illness in extremely graphic ways. Ibn Kathir records some of these reports because they were already known among earlier historians. However, later scholars point out that these descriptions are not established by authentic hadith. The Quran itself never mentions such details. Instead, Allah simply says that hardship afflicted Ayyub. For Ibn Kathir, the true focus of the story is never the illness itself. The real miracle is Ayyub's patience. ###Al-Tabari, preserving the earliest historical traditions. The great historian and Mufassir Muhammad ibn Jarir al-Tabari approached the Quran differently. His monumental tafsir preserves numerous early reports transmitted from the first generations of Muslims. Rather than selecting only one interpretation, al-Tabari often presents multiple narrations before explaining which appears strongest. Regarding Ayyub, al-Tabari records different opinions about his genealogy, the location of his homeland, the length of his illness, the restoration of his family, the historical setting of his life. This method allows later scholars to examine the full range of early Islamic historical traditions. At the same time, al-Tabari consistently returns to the central message. Regardless of historical details, Ayyub remained a prophet distinguished by unwavering trust in Allah. ###Al-Qurtubi, Law, Ethics, and Spiritual Lessons. The famous Andalusian scholar Abu Abd Allah al-Qurtubi approached Ayyub's story with particular interest in ethics and Islamic law. When discussing Allah's instruction to Ayyub to fulfill his oath using a bundle of grass, al-Qurtubi explains that this verse demonstrates Allah's love for mercy. Justice and compassion are not opposites. Under Allah's guidance, they complement one another. The solution preserved both the sanctity of an oath and the dignity of Ayyub's faithful wife. Al-Qurtubi also highlights the remarkable etiquette of Ayyub's supplication. Rather than demanding relief, Ayyub simply described his condition and praised Allah's mercy. According to Al-Qurtubi, this teaches believers that beautiful manners with Allah are among the greatest forms of worship. Sometimes the best prayer is not the longest one. It is the one filled with complete trust. ###Fakhr al-Din al-Razi, the inner dimensions of patience. The brilliant theologian Fakhr al-Din al-Razi often explored the philosophical and spiritual dimensions of Quranic stories. For al-Razi, Ayyub's greatest achievement was not surviving illness. It was protecting his relationship with Allah while suffering. Physical hardship can easily produce spiritual illness. People become angry, hopeless, bitter, jealous, proud, despairing. Ayyub experienced none of these conditions. His body became weak. His heart remained strong. Al-Razi argues that this distinction represents the true miracle of Ayyub's life. The illness eventually ended. His purified heart remained forever. ###Ibn Ashur, the literary beauty of the Quran. The 20th-century Tunisian scholar Muhammad al-Tahir ibn Ashur devoted careful attention to the language of the Quran. He observed something remarkable. The Quran never describes Ayyub as saying, "I have suffered more than anyone." Nor does it record complaints against Allah. Instead, the Quran preserves only the most respectful language. "Indeed, adversity has touched me." Ibn Ashur explains that this wording reflects extraordinary humility. Ayyub mentions his suffering without exaggeration. He immediately follows it by praising Allah's mercy. This balance between honesty and reverence became one of the greatest examples of prophetic etiquette. ###Ibn al-Jawzi and the rejection of fabricated stories. Another important scholar in discussions about Ayyub is Ibn al-Jawzi. Unlike many storytellers, Ibn al-Jawzi strongly criticized numerous fabricated reports that had become popular over time. Among the stories he questioned were claims that insects consumed Ayyub's flesh or that his illness reached degrading conditions incompatible with prophetic dignity. His criticism reflects an important principle within Sunni scholarship. Not every historical story deserves acceptance simply because it appears in an old book. Every narration must be evaluated. Does it agree with the Quran? Does it agree with authentic Sunnah? Is its chain of transmission reliable? If not, scholars treat it with caution. This careful methodology protected Islamic scholarship from confusing legend with revelation. ###. The balance between Israeliyat and revelation. Many discussions about Ayyub involve Israeliyat, reports originating from earlier Jewish and Christian traditions. The Prophet Muhammad permitted Muslims to narrate reports from the children of Israel provided they did not contradict Islamic revelation. Classical scholars therefore adopted a balanced approach. If a report agreed with the Quran and authentic Sunnah, it could be mentioned. If it contradicted revelation, it was rejected. If neither confirmation nor contradiction existed, scholars neither fully accepted nor fully denied it. This careful method explains why books of tafsir sometimes preserve multiple historical reports while reminding readers that certainty belongs only to what Allah and His Messenger have confirmed. ###A unified message. Despite differences in emphasis, all the great Mufassirin agree on several essential truths. Ayyub was a prophet chosen by Allah. His trials were not punishment. His patience was genuine. His supplication demonstrated perfect humility. His healing came entirely through Allah's mercy. His restoration showed that Allah can replace every loss with something better. Most importantly, Allah Himself testified to His excellence by declaring, "Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he constantly turned back to Allah." This verse became the foundation upon which every classical commentary was built. The scholars differed on historical details. They differed on some narrations. They differed on certain interpretations. But they all agreed on one central lesson. Ayyub's greatest legacy was not the severity of his suffering. It was the unwavering certainty that Allah's wisdom never fails. In the next chapter, we will compare the Islamic account of Prophet Ayyub AS with the Tanakh and the biblical book of Job, exploring where the narratives agree, where they differ, and how Muslim scholars have historically understood those similarities and differences. The historical geography and archaeological traditions of Prophet Ayyub AS. One of the most fascinating questions surrounding Prophet Ayyub AS is this: where did he actually live? Unlike some prophets whose lives are connected to clearly identified regions in the Quran, such as Musa AS in Egypt and Sinai or Yusuf AS in Egypt, the Quran does not explicitly identify Ayyub's homeland. Allah intentionally leaves many geographical details unstated because the purpose of revelation is guidance rather than a historical atlas. Even so, Muslim historians, geographers, and archaeologists have spent centuries examining ancient traditions, historical records, and archaeological evidence to understand the world in which Ayyub lived. It is important to distinguish between what is confirmed by the Quran and authentic Sunnah and what remains historical tradition or scholarly opinion. ### The Land of Uz. The oldest surviving tradition concerning Ayyub's homeland comes from the Book of Job, which identifies him as living in the land of Uz. The Bible, however, never precisely defines where Uz was located. Because of this, historians have proposed several possibilities over the centuries. Some place Uz in southern Syria. Others suggest northern Jordan. Others connect it with Edom. Still others associate it with northwestern Arabia. No universally accepted archaeological evidence has identified the exact location. From an Islamic perspective, the exact location is not essential to faith. Nevertheless, studying these possibilities helps us understand the historical setting of Ayyub's life. ###Horan, a strong historical candidate. Among Muslim historians, one of the most commonly suggested locations is the region of Horan. Horan lies south of Damascus and extends into parts of modern Syria and Jordan. For thousands of years, it has been known for its fertile volcanic soil, abundant grain production, vineyards, and grazing lands. Unlike the barren deserts often imagined when discussing the Middle East, Horan contains extensive agricultural plains capable of supporting large populations and enormous livestock herds. This matches the Quranic description of Ayyub as a man blessed with great wealth before his trials. Ancient caravan routes also passed through Horan. Merchants traveling between Arabia, Mesopotamia, and the Mediterranean frequently crossed this region. Such trade brought prosperity while also exposing local communities to political instability, cultural exchange, and occasional conflict. ### Edom and the Southern Levant. Another important historical proposal connects Ayyub with the ancient kingdom of Edom. Edom occupied the mountainous region southeast of the Dead Sea, largely within present-day Jordan. The landscape consists of dramatic sandstone mountains, deep valleys, seasonal rivers, and natural fortifications. The famous archaeological site of Petra, although much later than Ayyub's probable lifetime, demonstrates how prosperous this region eventually became through caravan trade. Some historians believe that traditions connecting Job with Edom developed because of the region's close relationship with ancient caravan networks and Abrahamic history. Although no archaeological discovery proves that Ayyub lived there, the geographical setting corresponds reasonably well with the lifestyle described in historical traditions. ### Ancient trade routes. Understanding Ayyub's wealth requires understanding ancient commerce. Long before highways and railroads, merchants relied upon caravan routes crossing deserts and mountain passes. One of the most important routes carried frankincense and myrrh from southern Arabia toward Damascus, Egypt, and the Mediterranean. Other routes connected Mesopotamia with Canaan and Egypt. Caravans transported *fine textiles, *copper, precious stones, *olive oil, *wine, grain, livestock, leather, spices, incense, A prosperous landowner situated near these routes could accumulate enormous wealth through agriculture, animal husbandry, and trade. This historical background helps explain why Ayyub possessed such extensive herds and servants before his trials. Climate and daily life. The world of Ayyub was governed by the seasons. Rainfall determined harvests. Healthy pastures determined the survival of livestock. Drought could destroy an entire year's income. Disease among animals often meant economic collapse. People depended directly upon the land. Unlike modern societies, there were no insurance companies. No hospitals. No government assistance. No modern banking systems. A single disaster could reduce a wealthy household to poverty almost overnight. This historical reality helps modern readers appreciate the severity of Ayyub's losses. Archaeological discoveries. Despite generations of exploration, archaeologists have not uncovered direct evidence identifying the home of Prophet Ayyub. This should not surprise us. Many important figures from the ancient world left little or no archaeological trace. Organic materials decay. Buildings collapse. Earthquakes reshape landscapes. Wars destroy cities. Names change over centuries. Archaeology often reconstructs civilizations rather than individual biographies. Nevertheless, excavations throughout southern Syria, Jordan, northern Arabia, and the Levant have revealed thriving Bronze Age and Iron Age settlements that resemble the type of society in which Ayyub could have lived. These discoveries include agricultural villages, irrigation systems, livestock enclosures, caravan stations, storage facilities, ancient wells, stone dwellings, trade centers. Together they demonstrate that prosperous pastoral communities existed throughout the regions traditionally associated with Ayyub. Wells and springs associated with Ayyub. Across the Middle East, numerous wells and springs are traditionally connected with Prophet Ayyub. Many local communities preserve stories claiming that the spring mentioned in Surah Sad is located nearby. Among the most famous are springs in Syria, Jordan, Oman, and southeastern Turkey. These traditions are often centuries old. However, neither the Quran nor authentic hadith identifies the exact location of the miraculous spring. For this reason, Muslim scholars generally treat such claims respectfully but cautiously. They may preserve genuine historical memory. They may also reflect local tradition that developed long after Ayyub's lifetime. Without authentic evidence, certainty remains impossible. The claimed tombs of Ayyub. Several locations throughout the Middle East claim to contain the grave of Prophet Ayyub. Among the best known are traditions in southern Oman, southern Syria, Jordan, Palestine, Turkey. Many of these sites have attracted visitors for centuries. Some contain historic mosques or shrines built by later Muslim communities. Yet no authentic Islamic source confirms the precise location of Ayyub's burial. For this reason, mainstream Muslim scholarship avoids declaring any of these sites genuine with certainty. The prophets deserve honor. But Islam discourages turning uncertain historical claims into matters of religious belief. What archaeology cannot answer. Modern archaeology is an extraordinary scientific discipline. It helps historians reconstruct ancient cities, economies, technologies, and cultures. It confirms that advanced civilizations flourished throughout the ancient Near East. It illuminates the historical background of many Quranic narratives. Yet archaeology also has limits. It cannot measure faith. It cannot excavate patience. It cannot uncover sincerity. It cannot explain why one servant remained grateful through unimaginable suffering. Those truths belong to revelation. The Quran is not dependent upon archaeology for its authority. Rather, archaeology sometimes provides fascinating historical context that enriches our understanding of the world in which the prophets lived. ##### A living legacy. Whether Ayyub lived in Horan, Edom, the land of Uz, or another nearby region known only to Allah, one fact remains unchanged. His true legacy is not tied to a particular mountain, valley, or ancient ruin. It lives wherever believers remember his example. In hospitals, where patients struggle with long illnesses. In homes facing financial hardship. In refugee camps where families endure displacement. In lonely hearts waiting for relief. In every place where someone whispers, "My Lord, adversity has touched me, and you are the most merciful of those who show mercy." That prayer has echoed across continents for thousands of years. Its power does not come from geography. It comes from faith. In the next chapter, we will examine the great misconceptions, fabricated stories, and historical myths that have surrounded Prophet Ayyub AS, separating authentic Islamic teachings from later legends and unsupported narrations. Misconceptions, fabricated narrations, and historical myths about Prophet Ayyub AS. As the centuries passed, the story of Prophet Ayyub AS spread across the Middle East, North Africa, Persia, Central Asia, and eventually the wider world. Every civilization admired his patience. Scholars wrote about him, poets celebrated him, storytellers expanded his biography, and ordinary people passed his story from one generation to the next. This widespread admiration preserved his legacy. Unfortunately, it also allowed many unsupported stories and legends to become attached to his name. For this reason, Muslim scholars developed a careful methodology. They asked 3 questions about every narration. Is it confirmed by the Quran? Is it confirmed by authentic hadith? Is its chain of transmission reliable? If the answer was no, they treated the report with caution. This method protected the biography of the prophets from exaggeration. Misconception 1, Ayyub AS was punished for hidden sins. Perhaps the oldest misunderstanding about Ayyub is the belief that his suffering proved he had committed serious sins. This idea appears repeatedly in the dialogues of Job's companions in the biblical book of Job. According to their reasoning, God only sends severe suffering upon sinners. Job therefore must have secretly deserved his hardships. The Quran completely rejects this conclusion. Allah himself praises Ayyub. Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he constantly turned back to Allah. Quran 38:44. A servant described by Allah as excellent cannot simultaneously be undergoing punishment for hidden rebellion. Classical scholars unanimously explain that Ayyub's trials were tests, not punishments. This distinction is fundamental. Punishment results from justice. Testing prepares a believer for greater reward. Misconception 2, his body was completely consumed by disease. Among the most widespread stories is the claim that Ayyub's flesh decayed until worms crawled across his body. Some versions even claim that pieces of his flesh fell away while he remained alive. These stories are dramatic. They are also not established by authentic Islamic evidence. Neither the Quran nor any authentic hadith describes Ayyub's illness in this manner. Many scholars criticize these reports because they originated from weak or unreliable historical traditions. Islam teaches that Allah honors his prophets. They experienced genuine hardship, but their dignity remains protected. The Quran simply states that hardship afflicted Ayyub. It intentionally avoids sensational descriptions. This silence itself is instructive. Allah wanted believers to focus upon patience, not spectacle. Misconception 3, everyone abandoned him. Popular retellings often claim that every person except his wife deserted Ayyub. The authentic sources do not make such an absolute statement. Historical reports indicate that many people distanced themselves from him because they misunderstood his illness. Some friends disappeared. Others judged him unfairly. But neither the Quran nor authentic hadith claims that literally every human being abandoned him. Responsible historians therefore avoid exaggeration. Misconception 4, his wife complained constantly. Another misconception portrays Rama as repeatedly complaining about her husband's condition. The Quran says nothing of the sort. In fact, the Quranic account honors her indirectly. Allah himself provided a merciful solution regarding Ayyub's oath, preserving both justice and compassion. Classical Muslim historians consistently describe Rama as an example of extraordinary loyalty. She worked to support her husband. She remained beside him for years. She refused to abandon him when wealth disappeared. Rather than criticizing her, Islamic tradition generally celebrates her faithfulness. Misconception 5, Satan controlled his illness. Some readers misunderstand the verse in which Ayyub says, "Indeed, Satan has touched me with hardship and suffering." Quran 38:41. This does not mean Satan independently caused the illness. Islamic theology is absolutely clear. Nothing occurs outside Allah's will. Satan possesses no independent authority over creation. Classical scholars explain that Satan increased Ayyub's emotional distress through whispers, temptations toward despair, and attempts to weaken his resolve. The illness itself remained entirely under Allah's control. This preserves the Islamic belief in Allah's absolute sovereignty. Misconception 6, the miracle was magic. Throughout history, some non-believers attempted to explain prophetic miracles as magic or coincidence. Islam rejects this approach. The spring that healed Ayyub was neither magic nor mythology. It was a miracle granted by Allah. Muslims distinguish between magic, which is forbidden deception involving devils, and miracles, which are extraordinary acts created directly by Allah to support His prophets. The healing of Ayyub belongs to the second category. Misconception 7, patience means never feeling pain. Many people imagine patience as emotional numbness. They believe patient people never cry, never grieve, never struggle. Ayyub proves otherwise. He openly acknowledged his suffering. He prayed. He sought Allah's mercy. He admitted that adversity had touched him. Patience in Islam does not require pretending that pain does not exist. Rather, it means refusing to let pain destroy one's trust in Allah. This distinction transforms the entire understanding of sabr. Misconception 8, wealth is always a sign of Allah's pleasure. Before Ayyub's trials, many people admired his prosperity. After his losses, many assumed Allah had abandoned him. Both conclusions were mistaken. Wealth itself is neither proof of divine pleasure nor proof of divine displeasure. Poverty is likewise neither proof of punishment nor proof of righteousness. The Quran repeatedly teaches that both prosperity and hardship are tests. Ayyub experienced both. His success lay not in possessing wealth but in worshipping Allah regardless of whether wealth remained. Misconception 9, the story is only about illness. Many readers reduce Ayyub's biography to a story about sickness. In reality, illness forms only one part of a much larger narrative. His story also concerns faith, family, marriage, generosity, gratitude, leadership, prayer, mercy, hope, forgiveness, trust, divine wisdom. Reducing his biography to illness alone overlooks the richness of the Quranic message. #misconception 10, relief comes immediately. Modern readers sometimes assume that sincere prayer guarantees immediate relief. Ayyub's life teaches something different. Allah answered his supplication. But according to the historical reports, years passed before that answer appeared. Delay did not mean rejection. It meant divine wisdom. This lesson continues comforting believers today. When prayers appear unanswered, Ayyub reminds us that Allah's timing is perfect, even when human understanding is limited. The responsibility of historians. The story of Ayyub teaches another important lesson. Historians carry a responsibility. Not every ancient story deserves equal confidence. Responsible scholarship distinguishes between *revelation, *authentic hadith, *reliable historical reports, *weak narrations, *fabricated legends. This careful approach protects the integrity of sacred history. The greatest scholars of Islam consistently practiced this discipline. They preserved narrations, examined chains of transmission, compared reports, measured every claim against the Quran. In doing so, they left later generations a remarkably careful historical tradition. The enduring truth. After separating authentic teachings from later legends, one truth shines even more brightly. The real greatness of Ayyub was never the severity of his illness. It was never the amount of wealth he lost. It was never the dramatic nature of his recovery. His true greatness lay in his unwavering certainty that Allah remained perfectly wise, perfectly just, and perfectly merciful through every stage of his life. That certainty transformed an ancient prophet into one of the greatest symbols of hope in human history. His story continues reminding believers that faith is not measured by the absence of hardship. It is measured by steadfastness within hardship. In the next chapter, we will conclude this expanded historical documentary by exploring the timeless lessons of Prophet Ayyub AS for the modern world, examining why his life remains profoundly relevant in an age of technology, global crises, medical advances, and rapid social change. The timeless legacy of Prophet Ayyub AS lessons for the modern world. Thousands of years have passed since Prophet Ayyub AS walked upon the earth. Entire civilizations have risen and fallen. The languages spoken in his homeland have changed. Kingdoms have disappeared beneath the sands of history. New religions, philosophies, and political systems have emerged. Human beings have traveled to space, unlocked the secrets of DNA, built artificial intelligence, and connected the world through digital technology. Yet despite all these extraordinary changes, one reality has remained exactly the same. The human heart. People still fear illness. They still grieve the loss of loved ones. They still experience financial hardship. They still struggle with loneliness. They still ask why suffering exists. They still search for hope. This is why the story of Prophet Ayyub AS continues speaking to every generation. His life is not simply an ancient biography preserved in sacred scripture. It is a timeless guide for every believer who faces hardship with faith. Success is not measured by comfort. Modern society often defines success through wealth, influence, popularity, appearance, or professional achievement. The Quran presents a completely different standard. Ayyub was successful when he was wealthy. He was successful when he was poor. He was successful when he was healthy. He was successful when he was ill. Why? Because his relationship with Allah never changed. His circumstances changed. His faith did not. This is one of the greatest lessons of his life. A believer should never measure success only by worldly comfort. The true measure of success is steadfastness in obedience to Allah. Health is a trust. Few blessings are appreciated less than good health. People often assume that strength, energy, and mobility will always remain. Ayyub's story teaches otherwise. Health is not a permanent possession. It is a trust from Allah. When believers recognize this reality, they become more grateful. They use their strength to worship. They serve others. They avoid arrogance. And when illness comes, they remember that every stage of life remains under Allah's wisdom. Wealth is a responsibility. Before his trials, Ayyub was among the wealthiest people of his community. Yet his generosity became more famous than his possessions. This offers an important lesson in an age often dominated by materialism. Islam does not condemn wealth. It condemns attachment to wealth. Money should remain in the hand, never in the heart. Ayyub demonstrated that a believer may possess great wealth without allowing wealth to possess him. Marriage during hardship. One of the most inspiring aspects of Ayyub's story is the loyalty of his wife. Many relationships flourish during prosperity. Far fewer survive prolonged hardship. Rama remained beside her husband when almost everything else disappeared. Her devotion reminds modern families that true love is measured not only by joyful moments but also by perseverance during difficult seasons. The Quranic account quietly honors her sacrifice. Generations of Muslim scholars have remembered her as one of the finest examples of faithful companionship. Mental and emotional resilience. The modern world speaks frequently about resilience. Psychologists study it. Researchers measure it. Leaders encourage it. The life of Ayyub presents one of history's greatest examples of resilience rooted in faith. He experienced grief without hopelessness. Pain without rebellion. Loss without disbelief. He acknowledged his emotions honestly while refusing to surrender spiritually. His example reminds believers that faith does not eliminate human emotion. It guides human emotion. Hope never expires. Many people lose hope because relief does not arrive quickly. Ayyub teaches the opposite. Years may pass. Doors may remain closed. Prayers may appear unanswered. Yet Allah's wisdom continues unfolding beyond human sight. Every believer who waits patiently can find comfort in Ayyub's example. The delay is never evidence that Allah has forgotten. It is evidence that Allah's plan is still unfolding. Gratitude after recovery. An important detail often overlooked is what happened after Ayyub's healing. He did not forget Allah. He did not return to arrogance. He did not become careless. Instead, his gratitude deepened. Many people pray intensely during hardship. When relief comes, worship gradually weakens. Ayyub did the opposite. His recovery increased his devotion. This remains a timeless lesson for believers who receive long-awaited blessings. Compassion toward those who suffer. Ayyub's story also teaches communities how they should respond to those experiencing hardship. People should not rush to judge. They should not assume that illness reflects divine punishment. They should not isolate those who suffer. Instead, they should offer compassion, assistance, prayer, and dignity. The Prophet Muhammad later reinforced these principles by encouraging Muslims to visit the sick, comfort the grieving, support the poor, and strengthen the weak. In this way, the Sunnah completes the ethical lessons reflected in Ayyub's life. The reality of this world. Perhaps the greatest lesson of all is that this world is temporary. Everything changes. Youth becomes old age. Health becomes illness. Wealth becomes poverty. Poverty becomes wealth. Joy becomes grief. Grief becomes joy. Only Allah remains unchanged. The believer therefore anchors the heart not to temporary circumstances but to the eternal Creator. Ayyub understood this truth completely. ###Why Allah preserved his story. Among thousands of righteous servants throughout history, Allah chose to preserve the story of Ayyub in the Quran. Why? Because every generation needs him. Every age produces new forms of hardship. But the cure remains the same. Faith. Patience. Gratitude. Hope. Trust. These timeless qualities transcend culture, language, and history. Whether someone lives in an ancient desert village or a modern global city, the spiritual guidance of Ayyub remains unchanged. ###His greatest miracle. Many readers assume that Ayyub's greatest miracle was his healing. It was certainly extraordinary. But perhaps an even greater miracle occurred long before the spring burst from the earth. His heart never turned away from Allah. That unwavering trust, preserved through years of hardship, is the miracle that continues inspiring billions of people today. The spring healed one prophet. His faith continues healing hearts across generations. ###. A final reflection. When historians remember Ayyub, they remember a righteous man. When theologians remember him, they remember a prophet. When scholars remember him, they remember patience. When believers remember him, they remember hope. And when the Quran remembers him, Allah describes him with words no worldly honor could ever surpass. Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he constantly turned back to Allah. Quran 38:44. That single divine testimony explains why the story of Prophet Ayyub AS has never faded. Empires disappear. Languages change. Books are forgotten. Monuments crumble. But the example of sincere faith endures. May Allah grant us hearts that remain grateful during ease, patient during hardship, humble after success, and steadfast until we meet him. And may the story of Prophet Ayyub AS continue inspiring every generation to trust the wisdom, mercy, and perfect decree of Allah. Ancient medicine, healing, and healthcare in the world of Prophet Ayyub AS. When modern readers encounter the story of Prophet Ayyub AS, one of the first questions they often ask is simple. What kind of illness did he have? The honest answer is that only Allah knows with certainty. The Quran deliberately avoids naming Ayyub's disease. It tells us that he experienced severe hardship and suffering, but it does not identify the illness, its symptoms, or its duration in medical terms. This silence is itself meaningful. The purpose of the Quran is guidance, not a medical textbook. By leaving the disease unnamed, Allah ensured that believers in every age could relate to Ayyub's experience. Whether someone suffers from chronic pain, disability, cancer, neurological disease, infection, depression, or another illness, the spiritual lesson remains universal. To better appreciate Ayyub's life, it helps to understand what medicine looked like in the ancient Near East. ###. The medical world before modern science. The civilization in which Ayyub lived existed thousands of years before hospitals, antibiotics, X-rays, MRI scanners, microscopes, vaccines, or modern surgery. Ancient physicians possessed remarkable observational skills for their time, but their understanding of disease remained limited. Illness was often explained through a mixture of practical experience, inherited tradition, and religious belief. Different civilizations approached medicine differently. The Egyptians developed extensive medical texts describing wounds, broken bones, digestive disorders, eye diseases, and surgical procedures. Mesopotamian healers combined herbal remedies with prayers and rituals. The Canaanites and neighboring peoples relied heavily upon traditional healers and local herbal knowledge. Across the ancient Near East, people learned by observing nature. Certain plants reduced fever. Others relieved pain. Some stopped bleeding. Others proved poisonous. Generation after generation preserved this knowledge through oral tradition long before scientific journals existed. ### illness and public perception. One of the greatest challenges faced by sick people in the ancient world was not only the disease itself. It was society's misunderstanding. Many communities believed that prolonged illness automatically reflected divine anger. Someone who suffered for years might be viewed with suspicion. People wondered, what terrible sin has he committed? Why has God abandoned him? These assumptions appear clearly in the biblical book of Job, where Job's companions insist that hidden sin must explain his suffering. The Quran quietly rejects this idea. Allah himself praises Ayyub as an excellent servant. This single statement overturns one of history's oldest misconceptions. Righteous people suffer. Prophets suffer. Illness alone never proves Allah's displeasure. ## prophetic dignity. Islam teaches that prophets remain honored even during hardship. Their physical trials never diminished their spiritual rank. Because of this principle, many Muslim scholars rejected sensational stories describing Ayyub's illness in degrading ways. The Quran never invites believers to focus upon physical horror. Instead, it directs attention toward faith. This reflects a broader Islamic understanding. Human dignity remains important during illness. The sick deserve compassion. Not humiliation. Respect. Not ridicule. Care. Not abandonment. These principles became foundational within Islamic civilization centuries later. ## the healing spring. Perhaps the most remarkable medical event in Ayyub's story occurs when Allah commands him. Strike the ground with your foot. Here is cool water for washing and drinking. Quran 38:42. This verse has fascinated Muslim scholars for centuries. The miracle contains two forms of healing. Water for washing. Water for drinking. Some classical commentators observed that the external washing symbolized purification of the body, while drinking represented healing from within. Others simply emphasized that Allah created both means of treatment through the miraculous spring. Whatever the exact mechanism, one truth remains clear. The healing came from Allah. The water itself possessed no independent power. Like medicine today, it functioned only because Allah willed it. ## medicine in Islamic theology. The story of Ayyub later influenced how Muslims understood healthcare. The Prophet Muhammad taught, "Seek treatment, for Allah has not created a disease except that He has also created its cure." This authentic teaching established an important balance. Believers trust Allah. They also seek lawful treatment. Reliance upon Allah does not require rejecting medicine. Nor does using medicine reduce reliance upon Allah. The physician treats. Allah heals. This principle shaped the development of Islamic medicine during the Golden Age of Islam. ## from Ayyub to the Muslim hospitals. Centuries after Ayyub, Muslim civilization became one of the world's leading centers of medical knowledge. Inspired partly by Quranic teachings about mercy and care for the sick, Muslim rulers established some of history's earliest large public hospitals. Cities such as Baghdad, Damascus, and Cairo became internationally recognized for medical education and patient care. These hospitals treated rich and poor alike. Many included Asterisk dedicated physicians. Asterisk pharmacists. Asterisk surgical specialists. Asterisk libraries. Asterisk teaching halls. Asterisk separate wards for different illnesses. This represented a remarkable advancement in world history. The Islamic emphasis upon compassion toward the sick echoed the lessons reflected in the life of Ayyub. Great Muslim physicians. Several Muslim scholars transformed medicine into a rigorous scientific discipline. Among the most famous was Ibn Sina, whose monumental work, The Canon of Medicine, influenced medical education across the Middle East and Europe for centuries. Another giant was Al-Razi, who carefully distinguished diseases through clinical observation and wrote extensively about ethics in medicine. These scholars did not claim that faith alone replaced treatment. Instead, they viewed scientific investigation as part of understanding Allah's creation. Their work reflected the prophetic balance between trust in Allah and responsible action. Chronic illness and patience. Modern medicine recognizes many chronic illnesses that may continue for years. Some have cures. Others can only be managed. Ayyub's story continues offering comfort because it addresses something medicine cannot fully solve. The condition of the heart. Hospitals treat bodies. Faith strengthens souls. The Quran never promises that every illness will disappear immediately. It promises that Allah never wastes the patience of believers. For some, healing comes in this life. For others, the complete reward awaits in the hereafter. Both outcomes remain victories for the believer. Caring for the sick. One of the enduring ethical lessons inspired by Ayyub's story is the responsibility of communities toward those who suffer. Illness often produces loneliness. People withdraw. Friends disappear. Society moves on. Islam teaches the opposite. The Prophet Muhammad encouraged believers to visit the sick, comfort them, make dua for them, and assist their families. These acts strengthen both the patient and the community. In this way, Ayyub's experience became not only a lesson for those who suffer but also for those who witness the suffering of others. The greatest cure. Medicine may heal the body. Time may heal some emotional wounds. But Ayyub's story reminds humanity of a deeper truth. The greatest healing is the healing of the heart. A heart filled with trust remains peaceful even when the body struggles. A heart attached to Allah cannot be destroyed by illness. That is why Ayyub's greatest miracle was not simply that he recovered. His greatest miracle was that years of suffering never separated him from his Creator. That spiritual health became more valuable than physical health itself. It is a lesson as relevant in the 21st century as it was in the ancient world. In the next chapter, we will explore the economy, family structure, daily life, and social customs of the world in which Prophet Ayyub AS lived, giving a richer historical understanding of the society that shaped one of history's greatest prophets. The economy, family life, and society during the time of Prophet Ayyub AS. To truly understand the life of Prophet Ayyub AS, we must step into the world in which he lived. The Quran tells us that Allah blessed Ayyub with immense wealth before his trials, and later restored those blessings after years of hardship. But what did wealth actually mean in the ancient Near East? How did families live? How were communities organized? And why would the loss of livestock, servants, and children have been so devastating in that era? Unlike the modern world, where wealth is often measured by bank accounts, investments, or digital assets, the economy during Ayyub's lifetime was built upon land, livestock, agriculture, and trade. A person's prosperity was visible in the fields they cultivated, the animals they owned, the workers they employed, and the hospitality they extended to others. Wealth in the ancient world. A prosperous household during Ayyub's era usually owned large herds of sheep, goats, cattle, camels, and donkeys. Each animal had a specific role. Sheep provided wool, milk, and meat. Goats supplied milk, hides, and meat while surviving in rocky terrain. Camels carried goods across deserts and served as valuable trading assets. Donkeys transported crops and equipment. Cattle plowed fields and strengthened agricultural production. Owning thousands of animals was not merely a sign of luxury. It represented the economic engine of an entire household. Large herds required shepherds, water sources, grazing lands, veterinarians of the time, storage facilities, and careful management. When historical traditions describe Ayyub as wealthy, they describe a man responsible for an extensive rural enterprise that supported many families. #agriculture. The regions traditionally associated with Ayyub, including parts of southern Syria, northern Jordan, and the surrounding Levant, contained fertile plains capable of supporting agriculture. Farmers cultivated *wheat, *barley, *lentils, *grapes, *olives, *figs, *dates, *pomegranates. Harvest seasons determined the rhythm of daily life. A successful harvest meant security. A failed harvest could threaten an entire community. Rainfall remained one of the greatest blessings. Without reliable irrigation systems, prolonged drought often led to famine. This helps modern readers appreciate the fragility of ancient prosperity. #trade and caravans. Ancient commerce connected distant civilizations long before modern transportation existed. Merchants traveled in caravans stretching for miles. They crossed deserts under the scorching sun. They navigated mountain passes. They risked raids by bandits and hostile tribes. The rewards, however, could be enormous. Trade linked Arabia, Mesopotamia, Egypt, Anatolia, and the Mediterranean. Common goods included *incense, *myrrh, *spices, *copper, *iron tools, *leather, *fine fabrics, *jewelry, *grain, *olive oil. Families like that of Ayyub may have participated directly or indirectly in these commercial networks through livestock, agriculture, or regional exchange. #the household. Unlike many modern families, ancient households often included several generations living together. Grandparents, parents, children, servants, laborers, visiting relatives. The head of the household carried enormous responsibility. He provided food, resolved disputes, protected property, organized labor, welcomed travelers, supported widows and the poor. The Quran portrays Ayyub as a man whom Allah entrusted with tremendous blessings. His leadership extended beyond personal wealth. His household likely served as an important center of community life. #hospitality. Hospitality held extraordinary importance throughout the ancient Near East. Travel was dangerous. Inns were uncommon. Many travelers depended entirely upon the generosity of local families. Offering food, water, shelter, and protection to guests was considered an honorable duty. This tradition appears repeatedly throughout the lives of the prophets. Ibrahim AS welcomed unknown visitors with generosity. Lut AS defended his guests despite personal danger. Muhammad later taught Muslims to honor guests as part of faith. Historical traditions suggest that Ayyub was likewise known for generosity toward travelers and the poor. Although these reports vary in strength, they reflect a consistent image preserved across Islamic historical literature. ### The role of family. Children represented one of the greatest blessings in ancient society. They strengthened the household, helped cultivate land, protected family property, continued the family lineage, cared for elderly parents, participated in trade and agriculture. The loss of children therefore affected not only the emotional life of a family but also its future security. When the Quran states that Allah later restored Ayyub's family and doubled them, the blessing extended far beyond personal happiness. It restored hope, continuity, and the future of his household. ### Social reputation. Honor and reputation carried immense importance. A respected individual enjoyed trust in business, influence in community affairs, strong family alliances, opportunities for cooperation. When someone experienced sudden financial collapse or prolonged illness, public opinion could change rapidly. Some people wrongly assumed that hidden wrongdoing must explain such misfortune. This cultural reality explains why Ayyub's steadfast faith became so remarkable. He remained devoted to Allah even when society no longer viewed him with the admiration it once had. ### Justice and leadership. Communities during Ayyub's era relied heavily upon respected elders to settle disputes. Formal court systems, as understood today, rarely existed. Instead, tribal leaders, family heads, and wise individuals often mediated disagreements. Justice depended greatly upon personal integrity. This is one reason prophets played such important roles. Their moral authority brought fairness where corruption threatened society. Although the Quran does not describe Ayyub acting as a judge, his status as a prophet naturally placed him among the most trusted members of his community. ### Daily routine. Life followed the rhythms of nature. People rose before sunrise. Animals required feeding. Fields demanded labor. Water had to be collected. Food needed preparation from raw ingredients. Even simple tasks required significant physical effort. There was no electricity. No refrigeration. No mechanized farming equipment. Every meal represented hours of labor. Every successful harvest reflected months of careful work. Understanding this context helps modern readers appreciate the scale of Ayyub's prosperity before his trials. ### Charity. The Quran repeatedly teaches that wealth should benefit others. Although it does not specifically detail Ayyub's charitable activities, many early Muslim historians describe him as generous toward the poor. Whether every individual report is authentic or not, the description harmonizes with the broader Quranic portrayal of a righteous prophet. True prosperity is measured not only by what one owns. It is measured by what one shares. This principle became central to Islamic civilization through zakat, voluntary charity, and care for vulnerable members of society. ### The collapse of prosperity. Because ancient economies depended so heavily upon land and livestock, disasters spread quickly. Disease could destroy herds. Fire could consume crops. Raiders could seize property. Drought could empty wells. A single catastrophe might erase decades of accumulated wealth. Modern economies often provide insurance, government assistance, banking systems, and medical care. Ancient families possessed far fewer safety nets. This historical reality magnifies the scale of Ayyub's trials. His losses were not temporary inconveniences. They represented the collapse of nearly every worldly foundation upon which his household had depended. ### A society that tested faith. The society surrounding Ayyub valued prosperity, reputation, and family honor. When those blessings disappeared, many people naturally assumed that his worth had disappeared as well. Allah demonstrated the opposite. The prophet's value never depended upon his possessions. His honor came from his faith. His dignity came from revelation. His greatness came from patience. That lesson challenges every generation. Modern societies may measure success differently. Some value wealth. Others value fame. Others value political power. The Quran presents a higher standard. The greatest people are those whose hearts remain sincere before Allah regardless of changing circumstances. In the next chapter, we will explore the genealogy, lineage, descendants, and historical chronology of Prophet Ayyub AS, examining what classical Muslim historians and early scholars recorded about his family and where he fits within the timeline of the prophets. The genealogy, lineage, descendants, and historical chronology of Prophet Ayyub AS. One of the most intriguing questions in the study of Prophet Ayyub AS concerns his ancestry. Unlike prophets such as Nuh AS, Ibrahim AS, Musa AS, or Muhammad, whose genealogies are discussed in greater detail, the Quran provides only limited information about Ayyub's family line. As a result, Muslim historians carefully examined early historical traditions, reports from the companions and the Tabi'in, classical tafsir, and earlier Abrahamic sources in an effort to reconstruct his lineage. It is important to remember that not every reported genealogy carries the same level of certainty. The Quran confirms Ayyub's prophethood. Authentic hadith confirm his status among Allah's chosen messengers. His precise ancestry, however, belongs largely to the field of historical investigation rather than matters of creed. For this reason, responsible scholars distinguish between what is certain and what remains probable. ###A descendant of Prophet Ibrahim AS. The strongest Quranic indication concerning Ayyub's ancestry appears in Surah Al-An'am. Allah says, "And we gave him Ishaq and Yaqub. Each we guided. And now we guided before. And among his descendants were Dawood, Sulaiman, Ayyub, Yusuf, Musa, and Harun. Thus do we reward those who excel in doing good." Quran 6 hours 84 minutes. Classical scholars reflected carefully upon this verse. The passage discusses the descendants of Prophet Ibrahim, as, through his son Ishaq AS. Because Ayyub is included within this blessed lineage, the majority of Muslim scholars concluded that he was one of Ibrahim's descendants. This places him within one of history's most honored prophetic families. ###The most common classical genealogy. Many early Muslim historians, including Muhammad ibn Jarir al-Tabari and Ismail ibn Kathir, mention a widely circulated genealogy tracing Ayyub through Prophet Ishaq AS. One commonly reported lineage is Ibrahim AS. Ishaq AS. Esau, al-Is. Descendants over several generations. Ayyub AS. Some historical reports vary regarding the names between Esau and Ayyub. Because these intermediate generations are not confirmed by authentic revelation, scholars refrain from presenting them with certainty. The important conclusion remains consistent. Ayyub belonged to the blessed family descending from Ibrahim AS. ###. Was he related to Yaqub AS? Because both Yaqub AS and Esau were sons of Ishaq AS, many historians understood Ayyub to have been a distant relative of Yaqub AS. If this genealogy is correct, then Ayyub would also have been related to Yusuf AS, Binyamin, and the later children of Israel through their common ancestor, Ishaq. This would explain why Jewish historical tradition also preserved his story with great care. However, since the Quran does not explicitly define the relationship, Muslim scholars present it as a strong historical possibility rather than an absolute certainty. ###. His wife. Islamic historical literature commonly identifies Ayyub's wife as Rama. Some historians state that she was connected to the family of Prophet Yusuf AS. Others trace her ancestry differently. Again, these reports originate primarily from historical traditions rather than authentic hadith. What remains beyond doubt is her remarkable character. She became one of the greatest examples of loyalty recorded in Islamic history. She remained beside her husband throughout years of poverty and illness. She worked to provide food. She cared for him when worldly comfort disappeared. Her patience became almost inseparable from Ayyub's own example. For this reason, Muslim scholars have remembered her with deep respect for centuries. ### Children and descendants. The Quran informs us that after Ayyub's healing, we restored his family to him and doubled them as a mercy from us. Classical scholars offered several interpretations. Some believed Allah literally restored his original children while also granting additional descendants. Others understood the verse to mean that Allah blessed him with a new generation equal to or greater than the one he had previously lost. Because revelation does not specify the exact mechanism, both interpretations remain within the boundaries discussed by the scholars. Either way, the message is unmistakable. Allah replaced unimaginable loss with extraordinary blessing. ### When did Ayyub live? Unlike many modern historical figures, prophets from the ancient world rarely leave exact chronological dates. Historians instead reconstruct approximate timelines by comparing genealogies. If Ayyub descended from Ibrahim through Ishaq, then he likely lived after Ibrahim AS, but before Musa AS. Many scholars therefore place him somewhere during the period of the early patriarchs of the ancient Near East. This position also corresponds reasonably well with the historical background reflected in the Book of Job and ancient Near Eastern society. Nevertheless, assigning exact calendar dates remains impossible. Neither the Quran nor authentic hadith provides them. ### His nation. The Quran does not identify the specific tribe or nation to whom Ayyub was sent. This has led historians to propose several possibilities. Some associate him with the descendants of Esau. Others connect him with communities living in Horan or Edom. Some suggest that he preached among pastoral peoples inhabiting the regions east and south of the Levant. Whatever the exact identity of his people, one fact remains certain. Like every prophet, Ayyub called his community to worship Allah alone. His mission formed part of the continuous chain of divine guidance stretching from Adam AS to Muhammad. ### His place in the chain of prophets. Ayyub occupies a unique position among the prophets. Adam represents humanity's beginning. Nuh symbolizes perseverance in calling people to Allah. Ibrahim exemplifies complete submission. Yusuf demonstrates forgiveness. Musa embodies courage before tyranny. Dawood represents justice. Suleiman reflects grateful leadership. Isa teaches compassion. Muhammad completes the prophetic mission. Ayyub stands forever as the universal example of patience. Each prophet emphasized a particular lesson while sharing the same message of Tawhid. Together they form one continuous history of divine guidance. ### Why the Quran omits many genealogical details. Modern readers often wonder why the Quran does not provide complete family trees. Classical scholars answered this beautifully. The Quran is a book of guidance. Its purpose is not to satisfy every historical curiosity. Had Allah wished, He could have recorded every ancestor, every city, every date, and every event. Instead, He revealed exactly what humanity requires for guidance. Knowing every name in Ayyub's family tree would not necessarily strengthen faith. Learning patience through his example certainly does. This selective style reflects the Quran's remarkable wisdom. ### A legacy beyond bloodlines. Although genealogies are fascinating, Ayyub's true greatness did not come from noble ancestry. Many people descend from honorable families. few live honorable lives. The Quran consistently teaches that righteousness, not lineage, determines true honor before Allah. Ayyub belonged to the family of Ibrahim. But his greatest distinction came from his own faith. When Allah praised him by saying, "Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant." He praised Ayyub's character, not merely his ancestry. This reminds every believer that family heritage may open doors of history. Only sincere faith opens the doors of eternal success. In the next chapter, we will construct the complete chronological timeline of Prophet Ayyub AS, bringing together the Quran, authentic hadith, classical tafsir, and historical traditions into a clear historical sequence from his birth to his passing, while carefully distinguishing established facts from scholarly reconstruction. The complete historical timeline of Prophet Ayyub AS. Among the prophets mentioned in the Quran, Prophet Ayyub AS presents a unique challenge for historians. The Quran does not narrate his life from birth to death in chronological order, nor does it provide dates or detailed historical milestones. Instead, it highlights the moments that carry the greatest spiritual significance. For this reason, the timeline below combines three different sources of knowledge. 1. The Quran, which provides the foundation. 2. Authentic hadith, which adds reliable details. 3. Classical Islamic historical traditions, which help reconstruct the broader historical sequence while remaining clearly distinguished from revelation. This approach reflects the methodology of the great Muslim historians. ### The birth of Ayyub AS. The exact year of Ayyub's birth is known only to Allah. Neither the Quran nor authentic hadith records it. Based on genealogical evidence preserved in classical Islamic history, most scholars place him among the descendants of Prophet Ibrahim, as, through Ishaq AS. This means he lived during the era of the early patriarchs of the ancient Near East, long before the mission of Prophet Musa AS. Although historians cannot assign a precise date, they agree that Ayyub belonged to one of the earliest generations descended from Ibrahim. ### His early years. Historical traditions describe Ayyub as growing up in a family known for belief in Allah. From childhood he became recognized for honesty, humility, generosity, and wisdom. Like many prophets, he likely spent much of his youth learning responsibility through agriculture, animal husbandry, and managing family affairs. The Quran remains silent about these early years. Its silence reminds believers that character matters more than chronology. ### Allah chooses him as a prophet. At a time known only to Allah, Ayyub received divine revelation. The Quran confirms this by placing him among the prophets to whom Allah revealed guidance. His mission resembled that of every prophet before him. He called people to worship Allah alone, reject idolatry, practice justice, remain grateful for Allah's blessings, prepare for the Day of Judgment. Although the Quran does not preserve detailed conversations between Ayyub and his people, Muslim scholars agree that his message remained identical to the message carried by all prophets. ### Years of prosperity. Allah blessed Ayyub with extraordinary prosperity. Historical traditions describe vast flocks of sheep, large herds of cattle, camels, fertile farmland, many servants, a respected household, a large family. He became one of the wealthiest individuals in his region. Yet unlike many wealthy people throughout history, prosperity did not produce arrogance. He remained generous, hospitable, grateful, devoted to Allah. His wealth strengthened his worship rather than distracting him from it. ### The beginning of the great trial. Then came the turning point. Without warning, one hardship followed another. Historical reports describe the loss of livestock, property, servants, children. Eventually, Ayyub himself became seriously ill. The Quran summarizes these years with remarkable simplicity. Allah merely states that hardship afflicted him. This brief description allows every generation to relate the story to its own experiences. #### The long years of patience. For an extended period, Ayyub endured suffering unlike anything he had previously known. The exact number of years remains uncertain. Some historical traditions mention 18 years. Others suggest different lengths. Since no authentic revelation specifies the duration, Muslim scholars avoid certainty. What matters is not the number. It is the steadfastness. Throughout these years, he never abandoned prayer. He never accused Allah of injustice. He never worshipped anyone besides Allah. He never surrendered to despair. His patience became legendary. ###. The faithfulness of Rama. During these difficult years, Ayyub's wife remained by his side. She cared for him, worked to support the household, encouraged him, shared his poverty. Her loyalty became one of the greatest examples of marital devotion preserved in Islamic history. Although her name appears primarily in historical traditions rather than authentic hadith, her character became inseparable from Ayyub's legacy. ###. The beautiful supplication. Eventually, Ayyub raised one of the most famous prayers in the Quran. Indeed, adversity has touched me, and you are the most merciful of those who show mercy. The supplication contained no complaint, no accusation, no demand. Only humility, trust, hope, and complete confidence in Allah's mercy. ###. The miracle of healing. Allah immediately answered. He commanded, "Strike the ground with your foot." A spring burst forth. Ayyub washed. He drank. Allah restored his health completely. The miracle demonstrated that healing belongs entirely to Allah. The spring served only as the means chosen by the Creator. ###. Restoration. Following his recovery, Allah restored Ayyub's blessings. His family returned. His descendants increased. His wealth multiplied. His honor among the people was renewed. The Quran describes these blessings as a mercy from us. This reminds believers that restoration itself is an act of divine mercy. ###. The golden locusts. After Ayyub's recovery, an authentic hadith records a remarkable event. While bathing, Allah caused a cloud to rain golden locusts. Ayyub gathered them into his garment. When Allah asked whether he still needed more wealth, Ayyub replied, "But I can never have enough of your blessing." This response perfectly reflected his lifelong gratitude. ###. The final years. The Quran does not describe Ayyub's later years. Muslim historians generally conclude that he continued serving as Allah's prophet. He instructed his people, raised his family, worshipped Allah, and lived peacefully after the years of hardship had ended. His restored life became living proof that Allah's mercy can transform even the darkest chapter of human experience. ###. His passing. Neither the Quran nor authentic hadith records his exact age, his burial place, the year of his death, or the circumstances surrounding his passing. Several regions preserve traditions claiming to contain his grave. Yet no authentic evidence confirms any specific location. Muslim scholars therefore leave this knowledge to Allah. ###. His legacy through history. Although centuries passed after Ayyub's death, his story never disappeared. Jewish tradition preserved Job. Christian tradition honored Job. The Quran preserved Ayyub with perfect clarity. His name crossed languages, civilizations, empires, continents. Today, billions of people recognize him as one of history's greatest examples of patience. ###The Divine Summary. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of Ayyub's timeline is how Allah summarizes an entire lifetime. Human historians often write hundreds of pages. Allah summarizes his life with only a few words. Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he constantly turned back to Allah. Quran 38:44. This verse is more valuable than every earthly title, more honorable than every worldly achievement, more enduring than every monument. It is the testimony of the Creator himself. When Allah praises one of his servants, no greater honor can ever be imagined. That single verse became Ayyub's eternal biography. It is how heaven remembers him. And it is why believers continue remembering him until today. In the next chapter, we will conclude this documentary by exploring the enduring legacy of Prophet Ayyub AS in Islamic civilization, literature, scholarship, art, and the hearts of believers across the world, showing how one prophet's patience shaped generations long after his earthly life had ended. The enduring legacy of Prophet Ayyub AS in Islamic civilization and world history. When Prophet Ayyub AS returned to his Lord, his earthly mission came to an end. His trials had concluded, his prayers had been answered, and Allah had restored what had been lost. Yet in many ways, the most remarkable chapter of his story was only beginning. Unlike kings whose empires disappeared, or conquerors whose victories faded into history, Ayyub left behind something far greater. He left behind an example. Empires collapse. Cities become ruins. Languages disappear. Dynasties end. But an example rooted in divine revelation can inspire humanity for thousands of years. That is exactly what happened with Ayyub. ### his name across civilizations. Few individuals from the ancient world are remembered by so many civilizations. In Arabic, he is known as Ayyub. In Hebrew, he is known as Ayyub. In English-speaking traditions, he is called Job. Although different religious communities preserve his story in different ways, all recognize him as one of history's greatest symbols of perseverance. This remarkable continuity demonstrates how deeply his memory became embedded within human civilization. For Muslims, however, his story reaches its highest and most authentic form through the Quran. Allah himself preserved the essential lessons that no passage of time could erase. ### The legacy of patience. Throughout Islamic history, scholars have often asked, if one prophet represents patience more than any other, who is it? The answer has almost always been Ayyub AS. His name became synonymous with sabr. Parents taught their children about the patience of Ayyub. Teachers reminded students of Ayyub during difficult times. Scholars quoted his story when explaining trust in Allah. Imams recited his supplication while comforting the sick. Even today, across the Muslim world, someone enduring prolonged hardship is often encouraged by hearing, "Remember Ayyub." This simple reminder carries centuries of spiritual wisdom. ### Inspiration for Islamic scholarship. The great scholars of Islam repeatedly returned to Ayyub's story. In works of tafsir, they explained the depth of his prayers. In books of hadith, they highlighted his gratitude. In writings on spirituality, they described him as the perfect model of reliance upon Allah. In works on ethics, they emphasized his humility. Generations of scholars understood that Ayyub's biography addressed one of humanity's oldest questions. How should believers respond when life becomes difficult? His answer remained consistent. With faith. With patience. With hope. Hashtag influence on Islamic spirituality. Muslim spiritual teachers frequently reflected upon Ayyub's example. They observed that every believer experiences two kinds of worship: the worship of gratitude and the worship of patience. During times of ease, gratitude becomes the greatest act of devotion. During times of hardship, patience becomes the greatest act of devotion. Ayyub mastered both. When Allah blessed him with wealth, he thanked him. When Allah tested him with loss, he remained patient. Few human beings demonstrate excellence in both circumstances. This balance became one of the defining characteristics of Islamic spirituality. The supplication that never faded. Among the countless prayers recorded throughout history, few have remained as beloved as Ayyub's. Indeed, adversity has touched me, and you are the most merciful of those who show mercy. Muslims recite these words in hospitals, during financial hardship, while grieving loved ones, when facing uncertainty, when struggling with chronic illness, when feeling overwhelmed by life's difficulties. The prayer contains extraordinary beauty because it combines honesty with hope. It acknowledges suffering without surrendering to despair. It recognizes pain while praising Allah's mercy. For this reason, it continues comforting believers more than 3,000 years after Ayyub's lifetime. A model for physicians. Throughout Islamic civilization, physicians often viewed their work as both science and worship. The story of Ayyub reminded them that healing ultimately belongs to Allah. Doctors prescribe. Medicines assist. Surgeries repair. But complete healing remains in the hands of the Creator. This belief encouraged Muslim physicians to combine professional excellence with humility. They pursued knowledge while recognizing their dependence upon Allah. A model for families. The story of Ayyub and Rama also became one of the finest examples of marriage in Islamic literature. Many stories celebrate romance during prosperity. Far fewer celebrate loyalty during hardship. Rama remained beside her husband through years of poverty, illness, and uncertainty. Her devotion became an enduring reminder that true love is measured not only during celebrations but also during trials. For centuries, Muslim scholars praised her as an example of faithfulness, sacrifice, and unwavering support. A reminder for leaders. Ayyub's life also carries important lessons for those entrusted with leadership. Power, wealth, influence, popularity. All can disappear. A leader who defines identity through worldly status risks losing everything when circumstances change. Ayyub teaches leaders to anchor their identity in obedience to Allah rather than temporary success. This lesson remains as relevant for modern executives, politicians, educators, and community leaders as it was in the ancient world. Lessons for every generation. Each generation faces unique challenges. Ancient societies feared famine. Modern societies fear economic collapse. Ancient people battled disease without medicine. Modern people battle chronic illness despite advanced technology. Ancient travelers feared desert bandits. Modern travelers fear global uncertainty. The circumstances change. The human heart remains the same. That is why Ayyub's story never becomes outdated. Every generation discovers itself within his biography. Why Allah chose this story. The Quran contains thousands of verses. Every verse serves a purpose. Allah could have preserved countless stories of patient individuals throughout history. Instead, He chose Ayyub as the enduring symbol of perseverance. His biography became timeless because it speaks to experiences shared by every human being. Loss, fear, pain, hope, prayer, mercy, restoration. These realities unite humanity across every culture and century. ###The greatest legacy. Many prophets left behind nations. Others established laws. Some confronted tyrants. Others witnessed miraculous victories. Ayyub left something equally powerful. He showed humanity that faith can survive the darkest trials. His greatest achievement was not recovering his wealth, nor rebuilding his family, nor regaining his health. His greatest achievement was remaining close to Allah when every worldly reason for hope seemed to disappear. That unwavering faith became his true inheritance. It passed not to one family, not to one nation, but to every believer who reads his story. ###. A final reflection before the closing chapter. When historians write biographies, they often ask, how much land did this person rule? How much wealth did they accumulate? How many victories did they achieve? The Quran asks a different question. How close was this servant to Allah? That question transforms the entire meaning of history. Measured by worldly standards, Ayyub lost almost everything. Measured by divine standards, he became one of the greatest human beings ever to live. His life reminds us that history's most successful people are not always those who possess the most. They are those whom Allah Himself praises. And Allah praised Ayyub with words that will never fade. Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he constantly turned back to Allah. In the final chapter, we will bring together everything we have learned from the life of Prophet Ayyub AS, offering a comprehensive conclusion that reflects on his place in sacred history, the universal message of his story, and why his legacy continues to inspire hearts around the world. The final conclusion, the eternal legacy of Prophet Ayyub AS. Every great story eventually reaches its final chapter. Kingdoms rise and fall. Wars begin and end. Empires dominate history before disappearing into forgotten ruins. The lives of ordinary men and women slowly fade from memory until only their names remain in dusty records. But there are a few lives that never truly end. The life of Prophet Ayyub AS is one of them. Thousands of years have passed since he walked the earth, yet his voice still echoes through the pages of the Quran. His prayer is still whispered in hospital rooms. His patience is still remembered by parents teaching their children. His trust in Allah still inspires believers facing illness, poverty, grief, uncertainty, and loneliness. His body returned to the earth. His example became timeless. ###. The story behind the story. At first glance, many people believe that the story of Ayyub is simply about a man who became ill. But after studying his life through the Quran, authentic hadith, classical tafsir, Islamic history, and the historical tradition surrounding him, another picture emerges. This was never merely the story of illness. It was the story of faith. The illness was only one chapter. The wealth was only one chapter. The poverty was only one chapter. The healing was only one chapter. The true story was the condition of the heart. Everything around Ayyub changed. His relationship with Allah never changed. That is the real miracle. ###. What the Quran wants us to remember. The Quran intentionally tells the story of Ayyub in only a few verses. Some readers wonder why. The answer becomes clear after reflection. Allah does not overwhelm the reader with unnecessary historical details. Instead, He preserves only what every generation needs. One beautiful prayer. One remarkable miracle. One testimony from the Creator Himself. Those few verses have transformed millions of lives across more than 14 centuries. Sometimes the shortest stories leave the deepest impact. Hashtag the meaning of patience. Many people misunderstand patience. They think patience means silence, or weakness, or surrender. Ayyub teaches something entirely different. Patience is active faith. It is continuing to worship when life becomes difficult. It is continuing to pray when answers seem delayed. It is continuing to hope when circumstances appear hopeless. It is continuing to trust when wisdom cannot yet be seen. This understanding changed how Muslims viewed hardship forever. Hashtag gratitude before and after the trial. Ayyub teaches another lesson often overlooked. He was grateful before his trials. He remained grateful during his trials. He became even more grateful after his trials. Many people thank Allah only when life is comfortable. Others remember Allah only when difficulties arrive. Ayyub worshipped Allah in every season of life. His gratitude did not depend upon circumstances. It depended upon his knowledge of the one who controlled those circumstances. Hashtag the balance between means and trust. Allah healed Ayyub through a spring that burst from the earth. Could Allah have healed him instantly? Of course. Instead, Allah chose to demonstrate an important principle. Believers use the means that Allah creates. They drink water. They seek medicine. They consult knowledgeable physicians. But they never forget that healing itself belongs only to Allah. This balance became one of the defining principles of Islamic civilization. Hashtag the legacy of Rama. No conclusion about Ayyub is complete without remembering his faithful wife. Although the Quran does not mention her by name, her loyalty shines throughout the historical tradition. She stood beside her husband when wealth disappeared. When health disappeared. When social status disappeared. When worldly comfort disappeared. She became a reminder that true love is proven not during celebrations but during sacrifices. Her quiet devotion became one of the hidden treasures of Ayyub's story. Hashtag lessons for the modern world. Modern civilization has achieved extraordinary scientific progress. We cure diseases once thought impossible. We communicate across continents in seconds. We explore the depths of the oceans and the vastness of space. Yet many people continue searching for something technology cannot provide. Inner peace. Purpose. Hope. Patience. Faith. The story of Ayyub reminds humanity that the greatest challenges are often spiritual rather than technological. Medicine can heal the body. Only faith can heal the heart. Hashtag why Allah preserved his story. Allah could have chosen countless righteous servants to represent patience. Instead, he chose Ayyub. His biography demonstrates that faith is not measured by comfort, nor by wealth, nor by health, nor by popularity. Faith is measured by steadfastness. When everything else disappeared, Ayyub's faith remained. That is why Allah honored him with words unmatched by any worldly achievement. Hashtag the greatest testimony. Human beings spend their lives seeking recognition. Some seek applause. Others seek awards. Others seek wealth, titles, or fame. Ayyub received something infinitely greater. Allah himself declared, "Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he constantly turned back to Allah." Quran 38:44. Imagine receiving praise from the Creator of the heavens and the earth. No king can bestow such an honor. No historian can preserve a greater legacy. No monument can equal those words. This became Ayyub's eternal biography. Hashtag a story that will never grow old. As long as human beings experience illness, they will remember Ayyub. As long as families experience loss, they will remember Ayyub. As long as believers struggle to understand hardship, they will remember Ayyub. As long as the Quran is recited, his story will never disappear. Each generation discovers something new within his life because each generation faces new forms of hardship. The circumstances change. The guidance remains timeless. ##### A final reflection for every believer. Perhaps one day every person will experience a moment when life becomes unexpectedly difficult. Health may weaken. Plans may collapse. Wealth may disappear. Relationships may change. Dreams may seem distant. In those moments, the story of Ayyub offers a quiet reminder. Do not measure Allah's love by the ease of your life. Measure it by His constant guidance, His endless mercy, and His promise that no act of patience is ever forgotten. The believer who holds firmly to Allah during hardship has already achieved a victory greater than many worldly successes. ####. Closing words. The journey of Prophet Ayyub AS begins with blessing. It passes through unimaginable trials. It arrives at miraculous healing. But it ends with something even greater. A servant whose faith remained unshaken. A prophet whose patience became legendary. A prayer that still comforts hearts. A legacy preserved by Allah until the end of time. May Allah grant us gratitude during times of ease, patience during times of hardship, sincerity in every act of worship, and hearts that always return to Him, just as Prophet Ayyub AS did. May Allah make us among those who are remembered not for worldly success, but for steadfast faith. And may the story of Prophet Ayyub AS continue inspiring generations until the day when all believers stand before their Lord. Indeed, we found him patient. What an excellent servant. Indeed, he constantly turned back to Allah. Quran 38:44. Thank you for joining this historical journey with Sleepless historian Salavora. May every chapter increase knowledge, strengthen faith, and inspire hearts to seek the timeless wisdom preserved in the lives of Allah's prophets. ****.